the oaks stand tall, a warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards. Steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold. Tight and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife, fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak, the hunt begins. A squirrel's cold, sharp as his sin. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife, fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme.
Hey, EDC Squirrel here. How's everybody doing? It's Saturday. About darn time. I didn't get enough sleep. Need more sleep. How's it going? Who's in here? Right at the start, I see... Where's my chat? There is Groundfog, who might be lurking. Terry, Morgan, Crimson. Glad you could make it. Stu, welcome in. Okay, so... Another Saturday, another EDC Squirrel Live. Now, unfortunately, a lot of things conspired to, just come together and take away all my planned content. The cold has, if you guys are in the US, which I'm pretty sure the majority of you are, I broke 500. Yes, I'm nearly at 6. Like 598. It's crazy. What was I saying? A few things conspired to kind of screw things up today. Unfortunately, because of the cold, a lot of the stuff that I have, or that I had planned at least to come in, has been delayed. USPS and whatnot, and various, pretty much everybody else that's shipping stuff. It's been so cold this weekend. I don't even know what the current temp is right now. At least it's not negative. We are at positive 5 degrees. Yesterday it was like positive or negative 5 degrees. No, I can't yet, Morgan. I have to. I need more watch hours. What was I saying? Oh wait, this other mic's on. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So due to the extreme cold over the last yesterday extends in today. I don't know how much longer this cold snap's going to be happening for. But a lot of stuff, yeah, it's cold as hell. A lot of stuff got delayed. I am still awaiting a couple packages today that are supposed to arrive today. But the thing is, I know even though they arrive today, depending on what time they arrive, I can't open them immediately because it depends on how cold the package is. I don't know how well they heat the USPS trucks. I would hope they have some decent heat. But depending on how cold the packages are, I might have to give them like an hour at least. Usually you want to give them more, an hour to acclimate to room temperature, and you want to do it slowly. You don't want to do it too fast. You got to leave them unopened, especially of electronics. But at least I'm not waiting for any electronic stuff. But oh, I forgot to grab something. Hang on a second. Be right back. It's gonna be quiet on the mic, but be right back. I forgot to grab something earlier. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so I had to go in the other room and grab something, and she's got the TV going on really loud. So hopefully we'll get something in today. Hopefully it'll be early enough to where I can unbox it at some point during the live. And I got coffee here. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I'm keeping an eye on it. And it's still not here, but it is what it is. Okay, so I do have a few things that did come in. I always start off with some of the new stuff that I got throughout the week. I'm going to start off with, now this one was an interesting one. It's not the greatest condition, but somebody on Whatnot, I think, what's his seller name? I'd like to believe it was Rev Aaron. Crap. I can't remember. I think it was Rev Aaron. I got a Marbles, which is a rather inexpensive traditional knife, but they're pretty nice knives. And he's been doing some scrimshaw. Like a little coffee. Yes. No, it's just, I was in a rush. I kind of dumped a bunch more in there. Normally I don't have that. Oh my God, that is sweet. Normally I don't have that much in there. He's been doing some scrimshaw on these bone workman knives, or Sodbuster Juniors, except these are made by Marble. And he had some squirrels done. So of course I had to pick that up. I thought that was pretty neat. So that's a new one that I got just this last week. Now, it's a workman knife made by Marbles, like I said. It's very similar to the Case Sodbusters. If you're familiar with Case at all, here's one of my other Sodbusters. This one's made by Case. Size is pretty comparable. Maybe the knife profile is a little on the thinner side, just a hair though. I mean, you really have to take a measuring tape to it if you really wanted to, or some calipers to it if you really wanted to know the difference. But otherwise, pretty darn comparable in size. But I just thought it was real neat. I think these originally were just like white or plain white bone Marbles knives. But I thought it was neat that he was doing some scrimshaw work. And he had a few others. He had like deer. I think he had a truck at some point. Some, religious stuff. And I saw the squirrel, I had to have it. And I think he's done other patterns too, like elephant toes, I think I saw. And I might have seen some trapper variations that he's been doing some scrimshaw on. Like, go check him out on Whatnot. I believe it was Rev Aaron. I hope I'm right. But check him out. And I do, the one thing this does have, which I like, it's got a half stop to it, which the Sodbuster Juniors don't, which is pretty nice. And marbles aren't bad. They're a lot less expensive than case. Sometimes the QC won't be as good on them, but they work. They're cheap. This one was a little bit more expensive because of the scrimshaw, but pretty darn cool. Mic sounds like it's covered. My mic is, I use a different mic for this because I do walk around a lot. I'm using a lot, I don't know how you pronounce it, like a lapel mic. Because when I'm gaming, when I'm doing my video game channel, I have a higher quality mic because I'm not really moving a lot. I'm sitting and I'm like staring at my screen. I actually have the mic inches away from my face. It's a very sensitive mic. And if I open up like the sensitivity, you hear everything in the room. You'll hear a mouse fart. So I have it set up in a very particular way. The problem with this is because I'm working on a separate table. And while the mic kind of reaches here, I move around a lot. And then what ends up happening is I fade in and out a heck of a whole lot. So if I don't have something pinned to me and I go to move somewhere, if I move as much as like 4 inches away, I can fade out. Another reason why I consciously try to project my voice a little more when I'm streaming. So that way I can give myself a little leeway in distance. But otherwise, yeah, I'm using a different mic for this. It's not the best mic. It was pretty inexpensive, but it works. This is actually the third mic I tested. This was the better of the three. And at least for the cost, I'm debating getting a much more expensive one. But that's going to come in the future. So that's why I tend to be really loud. When I'm gaming, I have a my mic is set very sensitive, or my mic is very sensitive. So I had to tweak a lot. And I think I got it at the best in terms of like being relatively even for the video game channel. But yeah, I can't move very much. I mean, I tend to be animated, but if I move more than a few inches, that's when you start getting my voice fading out and stuff. Comes with a Filipino voice. Yeah. And when I'm doing my knife channel, I'm moving around a lot. A lot of times I'm stepping around the room to grab something I forgot to grab or move stuff around. I'm reaching for cases. I got a lot of knife cases, and I can't really have everything bunched up around me, even though I have everything bunched up around me. So yeah, you just turned me down. Yeah, that's why I tend to be loud. And like I said, because even with the video game mic, because I do move around a bit, I do consciously try to project my voice more. I don't speak anywhere near as loud. Like Crimson has met me in real life, and I don't speak nearly as loud as I do in real life. So that should give you an idea. Okay, on with the other stuff. Other things that I have picked up that are relatively recently. Now, you've seen this before because this is the second one that I got. This is a case chestnut bone trapper. Now, I did show this before at a live, maybe a week or two ago. I'm trying to remember because this is the second one that I bought. And no, this wasn't a mistake. I just like the chestnut bone. And the thing is, it's really pretty, but I want to carry it around with me. And it was the only chestnut bone I had. And I'm finding that they're getting a little hard to get. So I went ahead and picked another one up. And basically I went over it with a fine tooth comb to see which one was like of the two I liked the least. And then that's the one I'm carrying in my pocket, because that way, if something happens to this, I drop it, whatever, I have the nice one in my in my collection. But if you're familiar with Trappers at all, this one's made by Case, US made. Trappers are two-bladed knives. You have a California clip point for the main blade, and for the secondary blade, you have what's called a spay blade. Just a little bit of a difference in tip. Sometimes they come with different variations, like I've seen these with a Warncliffe blade for the secondary blade. You'll notice there are scratches. This is actually my user. The one I just got in I cleaned up, is in the box, and I'm waiting to add it to my collection. But you'll notice some scratches because I've actually been using this quite a bit, and I've had to re-hone this and sharpen it twice because of the amount of times I've been using it. So that's why you're seeing a little bit of blemish on the blades itself, is because this one's actually getting some use. But I just really like the chestnut bone color. Just beautiful, just classic look to it. No jigging to it. So it is smooth, but just, to me, a very beautiful knife. That's another one that, not this particular one, but I got a second one this week. Just real neat. Sushi place drowns me out. Yes. Yeah, like I said, I'm not that loud in real life. I try not to be, because it's only at home. When it's streaming, anyway. Okay, I've only got two other knives that I received this week. Again, because things are late, and I keep constantly checking my mail. It's still not in here. The next one I've actually got one of these already, but another knife that I like a lot and have been using quite a bit. I decided to pick up the second one. This is made by Ramet. This is a Rhino. I actually have another one of these coming in, so I'm going to have 3 of these. But again, stuff is delayed, so the special one isn't going to get here until next week. The one that I'm waiting on is a limited edition version of this Rhino. So it just has a unique scale or handle type or color. This one is just an all blacked out Rhino. The one that I had before was a green one. Where is it? Right there. Just a really awesome, inexpensive, one of Ramet's budget knives. The one I originally had, we have green G10. It's a 3-inch blade, which is perfect for carry, especially in the state that I reside in. It has a button lock, but it's not your typical plunger button lock. It is a liner lock that you can actuate with a button instead of having to cross your finger over the path of a moving blade. However, one cool thing that Ramet does with the Rhino, and they do this on a few other knives, is even though they gave you the button to utilize that liner lock, they still allow you to actually use your thumb to push the liner out of the way. Normally, when they add the button, they take away the ability to put your thumb through and push the lock over. But I like that they kept it. So, especially with me, I have so many liner and frame lock knives that without thinking, a lot of times when I'm closing a knife, I just automatically bring my thumb over, push the lock to the side, and close it. And I can do that with this knife, like I said, without thinking about it. But if you want to be more finger safe, you have that button, and you can use that button to close the knife back up. Now you do have dual thumb studs on this, which makes it really easy to open. You also have a front flipper on this one. Although I'm not the biggest fan of Remet front flippers, they don't always work that well. This one's, I don't know what it is. They bring the front flipper out kind of far from the pivot, so it's a little on the awkward side. It still works, just not as fast or as easy. So I just prefer using the thumb studs on this one. You got a deep carry pocket clip, which I believe is, yes, which is reversible. If you're left-handed, you can move that pocket clip over to the other side. Pretty deep carry. Let's see that blade nicely centered in there. Hey, Jim, how you doing? And just like my others, nice solid lockup, and you have the ability to use that button or the liner, which is just really neat. I love how they allow you to do both. But I had to get a second one because I've been using this a lot, and I just wanted to get another one. I don't know what it is. I just have this thing when I start using a knife a lot. I really like the knife. I feel like having a second one because I like having a backup, especially for something that I use a lot of. I've got one more knife, and this is going to be one that's already been seen again. I got a lot of doubles today, which, and the thing is I didn't get a lot of, like before I got doubles by accident. This is more on purpose. Well, this next one's kind of on accident. Let me put this back in the box. Actually, I don't know why I'm putting it back in the box. I'm going to be putting this back in the case. But anyway, it's in there now. Now, this one you guys have seen before. This one is from Cobra Tech. Cobra Tech started making... Oh, wait, I've had... Okay, this one. This one I've had before. This is a... I forgot what they call this. Crap, damn it. I forgot what this was called. Hold on a second. I have one of these already, and they're pretty neat. Is it the Scout? I'm pretty sure it's the Scout. Yeah, it's the Scout. Okay. And this one is, I believe, is this G10? Wow, my brain. No, this is, how do you pronounce it? Grivery or Grivery? Similar material that Cold Steel uses a lot of. And I believe Benchmade uses a similar material for some of their knives as well for the scales. And for the steel, this one is going to be VG10 steel for the blade. Decent steel. Because these normally run about $60, $70 for these knives. Now, this is the second one that I have. I do have another Scout. The reason why I got this one is I didn't buy this one. I actually won this on a giveaway. So normally, you would register the knife with Cobra Tech for their lifetime warranty. You get lifetime lifetime something. Gosh, my brain. You get lifetime sharpening, lifetime warranty. If you didn't want to sharpen it, you can send it in and they'll sharpen it for you and then send it back. But the interesting thing about this knife is you have a rear flipper for deployment. Again, VG10 steel is, you can, if it'll focus, see there, the Cobra Tech logo on the other side. And it is a button lock, but the button is situated on the pivot itself. So it's not your typical button lock. You can see the liner that locks the blade up if you look inside. All you have to do is you squeeze down on the pivot, press that button down, and it releases the blade and you can close it up. You can watch, if you press the button, you can see the liner, again, that locks the blade up. If you press that button in, it lifts the liner out of the way. Let's try that again. And that releases the blade so you can close that right up. You can also use the button to open the blade by flicking your wrist. There we go. or like I said, you have the rear flipper, which personally I think works the best. Now, I haven't oiled this one or anything because I haven't even registered this one. Like I said, I have another one. I don't use this one very often, but I'm debating giving this away. I don't know yet. If I do, I might do that on Whatnot. It could be like a giveaway or something, but I'm still trying to figure out because I haven't run a Whatnot show in a very long time. I'm not quite sure when I'm going to do that or if I'm going to do that exactly, or I might just throw it in my store. Haven't decided yet. Either way, I haven't registered this one, but this one very well might find its hands in, find its way into somebody else's hands. But it's still a really cool knife. I already have one, which is the only reason why I'm thinking about giving this one up. And another reason is because I have a lot of knives, and I don't use this one very often. I liked it because I got it originally because I really liked the locking system on it, and it's a nice knife. I carry others. I don't know if you guys know. I've been keeping track of a lot of my knives on a spreadsheet, and I'm just under about 400 now. So yeah, I'm running out of room. They're spilling out onto my desk. They're all over my closet. I've got cases, I've got boxes. And I'm still trying to figure out other ways. I know Morgan got me a neat display. I'm trying to figure out other ways to actually she got me 2 displays. I'm trying to find other ways to display more, so they're not all just sitting in boxes in a case. Because I like to be able to look at them or even pull them out of, access them and use them. 2 last things that I got, unless the delivery comes in today. We might have to wait a while for those. I'm hoping they make it in time so they have a chance to warm up. But again, fingers crossed. These I can't use. And for a very good reason. But I love them all the same. Hey, Lonnie, how you doing? These are very special because now they are metal. They're knife-like. But if you're a fan of anime, you might recognize some of these. We have that one. And we have this one. Now, I'm going to give you guys a chance to tell me if you guys can recall what each one is. And whoever gets the right answer will get 10,000 points, which is great for a coupon for more points, which you can then use for more points. But if you're into anime at all, or at least anime and video games, then you might recognize a couple of these. Tiny swords. Well, you're right, Morgan. You're right. They're tiny swords. No. Wait, what? Ichigo? Close. It's I can see why you would say that. No, not clouds. I could see why you would say that also. No, not the Sword of Himmel. Good guess though. Well, Crimson got one of them right. This one is the Master Sword from Legend of Zelda. Comes in a sheath. Now, neither of these are sharp, but they are metal. That hit my knuckle and actually kind of hurt. And I got these from blade-city.com. However, I didn't get it from their website. I got it from their Whatnot shows. They were flash sailing these at a really, really steep discount, and I just thought they were really neat. But we got Link's Master Sword here that does come with the sheath, and I can't hit. Hello, get in there. Does come with a sheath. This one is actually gut sword. If you're familiar with Berserk, but this would be the gut. This would be Guts' sword. Again, all metal. This thing weighs a lot, and they both come with neat little stands that you can rest them on for display. They're both the same type of stand. I think they just use like I don't want to say generic, but I'm pretty sure it pretty much is, but just a generic type of stand. And depending on what type of sword you get from whoever manufactures these, it looks like they can hold a couple, like a set, and you just stand them up on the stand and display them however you want. They also have this little kind of like lobster claw keychain thing going on, but I mean, I guess if you wanted to use this as one giant friggin' keychain thing, it'd be a lot easier to find your keys. I mean, this thing's massive. Hold on, where's that trapper? Give you an idea of the trap. Here's the trapper. Here's the sword. It's bigger than the trapper. Weighs a lot more too. A buster sword would be cool. Then there's the master sword again. Pretty good detail on these. Pretty sweet. Again, the cool thing is they're made out of metal, so it's not some flimsy plastic thing. And again, they're not sharp. Although they could hurt, they are pointy. That's for sure. But just another neat thing. I included these in here because, well, I did get them from Blade City, along with a few other things. And I just thought it'd be neat to show these off because they are pretty darn cool. And that's for now, at least until the next shipment comes in. That's all the new stuff that I've got this last week, unless I forgot something, which is possible, because I do tend to forget a lot. But I'm pretty sure that was it. I might have gotten another like knife. I've got a second knife, but it's not coming to my brain. I didn't put it out because it's one of those that I've already received. I put those off to the side. And like I said, that's all the new stuff. So we're just going to go into just chatting about things and all that fun stuff. Hey, Co-Money, how you doing? So there's a few things I was thinking about talking about. One of the big things was knife fatigue and collection fatigue. And also, I know Crimson's here, and I want to make sure I answer Crimson's question. Crimson had a quick question regarding what I could suggest for a knife for a relatively heavy user, somebody that also sharpens their own blades, works in a factory, going to be under $300, and going to be a present. Did I get that right, Crimson? We'll start off with that. So if she needs to jet anywhere, at least I've answered her question on stream, and she's not having to wait the entire stream. And I'm sure people in chat will have plenty of other suggestions. But just based on what you've said, Crimson, now if I got everything you've mentioned right, he cuts a lot of cordage. Like, yeah, picky father turning 60. Well, first of all, you said he had an old knife. Do you know what he has currently or what he uses currently? Because that could go into, like, if it's something that he carries because he really likes it, that could go in, go a long way into trying to figure out what might fit his aesthetic as well as, what he likes to use it for. Otherwise, I mean, I've got plenty that I could quite possibly recommend. What he's carrying is probably a Kershaw. Okay. The Kershaws aren't bad. The weird thing is, I'm not, and I'm going to say this. The funny thing is, I'll say this, and I have a Kershaw coming in. I'm not the biggest fan of a lot of the older Kershaw. Let's see. Let me put it this way. A lot of the older Kershaws were great. They brought, I don't know if they invented it, but they have a lot of assisted knives, which are spring assisted. They're not automatic. They do a lot of automatic knives though. But they kind of, they're one of the few manufacturers that are still doing assisted knives. And they were great for a while, a long time ago. Then they started kind of falling to, I guess, kind of like a cheap, getting kind of cheap. QC was dropping and all this other stuff. But then in just a recent couple years, they kind of jumped back up. And the reason being had a lot to do with two particular knives, in my opinion anyway, or three. But the one that really impressed me the most would be the Kershaw Bel Airs. Now, the Kershaw Bel Airs were, I think they were dubbed some type of like Benchmade. What was the Benchmade knife that I'm thinking of? Bug Out Killer. A Benchmade Bug Out. Now, I don't have a Benchmade Bug Out, but it's a similar styling. You have a crossbar lock, which is very easy to use. You just pull back on these little knobs that unlocks the blade and you can swing it down. They work on things called Omega springs, and we'll talk about the Omega springs in a little bit. You have dual thumb studs, and the Bel Airs are actually really well priced for what they are. Magna cut steel, which is probably one of my favorite premium steels that you can get on a pocket knife. Aluminum scales for the handles. Again, you got a crossbar lock. You have an ambidextrous pocket clip. You can move that pocket clip to the other side. It's deep carry. As you can see there, it's very deep carry. I mean, the only thing that's going to be showing is that pocket clip. And super smooth action. The Magna cut steel, thin, slicey blade. They call it a reverse tanto. It's kind of like a sheep's foot, which is one of my favorite blade shapes personally. And just an overall amazing knife. It's a very popular knife and a favorite for a lot of people for, again, the materials, that blade shape, the Magna cut steel, and being nice and super slicey. Now, being a super slicey knife and being a thinner stock, I don't know how hard use your dad is. This I know is going to be more than capable of handling a lot of, more than what most average people would use their knife for. The only questionable thing on this knife, and we're going to go into a lot of talk about this today, is that crossbar lock. Because some people, the crossbar locks run off a thing called a Omega spring. And it's basically kind of like a curly Q-shaped piece of metal. And that type of spring, a lot of people are finding out now. They've been really popular. The Benchmade Bug Out uses them. They created the Axis lock, which was a precursor to this. Once they lost the patent for it, or the patent ran out, or however it works, a lot of other manufacturers jumped on and started making their own version of the crossbar lock, which is what you see here with Kershaw. I think they call it the Duralock, but otherwise it's the same mechanism as Benchmade's Axis. It works the same exact way with the Omega springs. But the problem with Omega springs is that I've heard a lot of people complain that they break. And the thing is you can't tell when they're going to break. People have mentioned that they'll break after doing this a few times, and boom, they've broken a spring. And there's two springs, one on each side. I have a lot of these crossbar locks. And anytime I pull a knife out, I'm fidgeting a lot. I'm flicking these open all the time. Once I get a knife in my hand, it's kind of, my hand just takes over and I'm doing this a lot. They're like fidget toys for me, okay? I have a lot of these crossbar locks. Not one of them, knock on wood, has failed on me yet. but I hear stories. Okay, I've heard of people that, you know, they've had their knife for all of a week and their spring broke. And then I've a lot of people like me. I've had a lot of these knives for a good few years, and like I said, I fidget like crazy with a lot of them, and none of them have failed me. So that's one thing about the crossbar lock that some people are starting to feel kind of, you know, it's been on a lot of knives and they're just sort of like, about it now. A lot of manufacturers include extra springs with their knives. Kaiser's famous for that. Anytime you buy a Kaiser with a crossbar lock, they have extra springs included. And they're not hard to replace, especially, again, talking about Kaiser. They make it really easy to replace simply because Kaiser makes their crossbar locks in a way that you can actually adjust the tension by just moving the spring, like where the spring is attached between different holes that are inside the knife. So they make it really easy to do. So I don't know how your dad would feel about that. Personally, they've been fine for me. Crossbar locks are really strong locks. And I mean, that's always another thing with folding knives is a lot of folding knives, when you think about like whether they're good hard use knives, it's all dependent on how strong the lock is. Crossbar locks are one of the stronger locks out there. Not the strongest lock, but they're one of the stronger types of locks out there just because of the way they function. And so, I mean, you have a really nice secure lockup. You won't have to worry so much about the blade. Like I'm smacking the blade on the back and it won't fail. Maybe if I like rocketed it down really hard, but at that point I'm probably breaking something. But it's not going to close up on me. Again, solid lock. But the Bel Air, in my opinion, really shot Kershaw back into the limelight. And it's just been an amazing knife, especially for the cost. They generally run around, and they come in different varieties now too. They even have an extra large version. But when I got this, I think it was around like $140. These have dropped in price to around $130, but they have other variants that are around $150 to $160, something along those lines. So yeah, basically around $130 to $160 for Kershaw Bel Air. They have like a drop point type, I think, or clip point style blade now. Different scale options like micarta. Hell, I like this one so much. I bought two. This one's very similar, also aluminum scales, but this one has blue anodized coating as opposed to, I don't know what they do with this one. This one's a little slicker than the original. This is actually the original Bel Air. But that's how much I like the Bel Air. A lot of people love the Bel Air. It's been a super, super popular knife. Here's more traditional and might hate that. Okay. So if he's more traditional, let's see. So hard use knife that's traditional. Let me see here. Give me a moment, because now I'm going to have to pick up. Let's see. Now, if you mean by traditional, if you're meaning knives similar to this trap, he needs grippy. He works with greasy machine. Oh, grippy works with greasy machinery. All right, here we go. There's a couple other knives that I can mention. I'm going to pull these three out. I've recently gotten into Spyderco. I have stayed away from them because I thought they were kind of ugly. Okay. I admit they look weird to me. But somebody brought up, somebody commented something on one of my videos that I thought fit them perfectly. They said that Spyderco's are ugly to the eye, but beautiful to the hand. And I think that description fits Spyderco's perfectly to a T. The ones I'm going to show you, this one, these were my first 2 Spydercos that I ever bought. I bought them at the same time. This is the Para 3, which is a smaller version of a very popular Spyderco called the Para 2, which is just slightly bigger. I carry smaller. I carry 3-inch knives, or 3-inch or less, because the state that we're in. A lot of different areas have their different rules and laws regarding knife size. So we kind of have a knife size limitation. Chicago's the worst, where you know, if they catch you carrying something like over 2.5 inches, then it could feasibly get you in trouble. I stick to 3 inches or less, and this one is just under 3-inch blade. This is a Para 3. This one also in my favorite steel, Magna Cut steel. It's one of what they call their salt series, because it's supposed to be able to, you should be able to dive with this, and it's very corrosive resistant. Magna Cut is very corrosive resistant steel. I believe, I couldn't recall if this is a DLC coating. I'll have to look again. DLC coating stands for Diamond Light Coating. He doesn't follow state laws. Not to worry. Then he might like the Para. He might like the Para 2. Again, the Para 2 is exactly the same, just a little bigger. Okay. Now, let's see. I don't know on this one, but I want to check before I say, because the coating does make a difference. And I want to make sure I'm saying the right type of coating. Where is it? Gosh darn it, Spyderco. You're just not going to let me find the right one, are you? Okay, I don't know. I believe this is DLC coated. And if it is DLC coated, that's Diamond Light Coating, which makes it a really strong scratch resistant coating, which just would enhance its ability to resist corrosion. Magna Cut's one of my favorite steels. Spydercos are insanely sharp, super grippy. In this case, I believe this is G10, or is this FRN? I'd like to say this is G10. I could be wrong. But super grippy scales on this. Your typical Spyderco hole. The blade's a weird clip. It's a clip blade. To me, they look a little weird. They're growing on me. But the Para 3 comes with what's called a compression lock. Now, if you look on the back here, it'll focus. You can see the liner that keeps the blade locked in place. It's a strong locking mechanism, and the way it works is when you want to close the blade, you simply pinch, that releases it, and you can pull it down. And you got your typical Spyderco hole that you can use your thumb to right up, or I like doing the Spidey flick. And that's how that one works. Again, this is the Para 3. They do have a larger size called the Para 2, which is super popular, by the way. They've all been super grippy. They all have really strong, grippy scales to them. Now, the reason being, I think partially is because they call this their Salt series, which is, I think, targeted towards people that do a lot of work in wet environments, like including diving. The Sage 5 is similar. This is a lightweight version. This has yellow FRN scales. Same type of steel, just uncoated. Magna Cut steel, different blade shape. This is more of like a leaf or a drop point blade, which personally, this one's actually my favorite of the two. Again, very comfortable in the hand, like the people said, or that person said, ugly to the eye, but beautiful to the hand. Both these knives feel great ergonomically. Again, super grippy scales. Neat pocket clip, a wire pocket clip on this. Same type of compression lock, as you can see there. Same Spidey hole, just different blade shape. Personally, it's one of my favorites because of the way it feels in the hand, that I actually got a second one of these just with a different type of steel. Magna Cut, again, is my favorite blade steel. I've been starting to really like their Spy 27 steel. That's the wrong knife. This one's in G10. Otherwise, still same Sage 5, same size, same blade shape, compression lock. Again, you just squeeze and you can close the knife. Really grippy G10. Doesn't look as textured as this, but this stuff is super grippy and feels great in the hand. He has arthritis, so a typical liner lock or button lock might be better. Oh, okay. We're going to go on to another one. So I was going to show this. This is the Native 5, also from Spyderco. But if he has arthritis, this one has a back lock. They're strong locks. This is the type of back lock where you have to press down, which releases a blade. I can still operate this one-handed. It'll be a little harder. But if he has arthritis, okay. Well, the compression locks aren't actually that bad. Now, I don't have arthritis, so I can't speak of it too much. Again, you just have to pinch a little bit, and that releases the blade. So I don't know how easy that would be for him. But I've got one other knife that I think would fit the bill, now that you mentioned that. Let me put these away real quick. Excuse me. This is... Backlocks are good, though? Oh, okay. If you like backlocks, this is a Native 5. This is from Spyderco. Again, super grippy scales. Really nice blade shape. Very comfortable in the hand. Like I said, it's a backlock, and the backlock is at a midpoint. A lot of backlocks tend to be back here, like on bucks. And I can show you a buck as well if you really like something traditional. And although it's got a lot of times when you have a backlock, it's a two-hand operation, usually to open and close. But Spyderco's, they have that really generous hole for your thumb. That came out weird. Don't linger on that. And they have a good sized thumb hole, and you can easily just ride it up like that. Again, I can also just spider flick it, which is what I like to do. And because of the location of that backlock, I can also close it one-handed, where usually a backlock I need two hands. All you have to do is you press down. I use my forefinger to stop the blade from going all the way. And once it's unlocked, I flip it over and then just close the blade. So that is called the Native 5. Now, again, it has a smaller blade size, one that I typically carry. They have a Native Chief, which is very similar, just a much larger blade. I think it's like 3.5 to 4 inches in blade length, where this is like 3 or just under 3 inches in blade length. But otherwise, very similar. This one is in Spyderco's Spy 27 steel, which is a proprietary steel by Spyderco. Really nice steel. I've actually really enjoyed using that steel. I've been testing it a lot, been using it a lot. I freaking love this stuff. Now, compression lock is just different. He would give me the dad look. Okay. I think he might like, even though this is a newer lock to him, I'm sure it's a newer lock to him. Okay. This might be one he might like. And I would consider this a really good hard use knife. For a folder, a hard use knife. A lot of people love this knife. I love this knife. It's another one that I love to carry. This one is called the Demco AD, like is in BC AD. Demco AD 20.5. And you'll see why I'm going to recommend this in a little bit. First of all, this is what they're called. This is their large pivot version. If you, they have two types. You'll see a large pivot like this with this like almost dime-sized pivot. And they have this really small pivot, a much smaller, well, just not as big as this pivot, this round circle is. If you see the larger pivot, it's one of their premium models, which is what this is. It has 20 CV steel for the blade, which is a nice, strong, wear-resistant steel. It might be a little harder to sharpen because it's It's got a high wear resistance, but it's also capable of holding its edge much longer before needing to be sharpened. But what makes this one unique, first of all, you have dual thumb studs to open, as you can see here. You also have a slot. I use the thumb studs because they're there. I mean, there's no point really in using the thumb slot if you already got thumb studs, in my opinion. This one has what they call their shark foot, which is a sheep's foot style blade. Again, in 20 CV. And the locking mechanism is their shark lock. I did replace the pocket clip with a deep carry pocket clip. The pocket clip normally doesn't look like this. Normally, with the original pocket clip, about this much of it will be poking out of the pocket. Where here, you'll just see the clip. Anyway, I mentioned that before because I didn't want to forget. This one uses their shark lock. And the way the shark lock works is it's very, very easy to use. You see this little fin-like thing right here. What you do is once you want to close the blade, just take your forefinger. Again, your fingers are away from where the blade would go. So that's one nice thing. Okay. All you do is you pull back on it a little bit. You see it moves. You pull back, that releases the blade, and it closes. That's it. You can also use that to open the blade if you want. You just pull back and flick your wrist to open the blade, or you can just use the thumb studs. It's got a very satisfying click. I fidget with this thing a crap load. This is one of my favorite knives to fidget with because it's super clicky, but really easy to use. I would think this would be just as easy to use for somebody that, with problems with arthritis, because there's no like super fine motor skills required. Like you're not having to pinch in a spot like the compression lock, like in here, where if you're not used to the compression lock, it's it looks awkward. Personally, I think it's one of my favorite locks because it's really easy for me to use. Again, you just pinch and close. But this one is just, it's just super easy to use. You just pull and close the blade. Really thick blade stock in this one. Again, 20 CV, it'll hold its edge for a good long time before needing to be sharpened. The shark lock is a very secure type of lock. And you have, I believe this was G10, really grippy G10 scales. Very nice feeling in the hand. Got some jimping up here. And you do have to pull the lock back quite a bit before it'll loosen up. Like even if I pull it back a little bit, it's still locked. I mean, you can see the blade move, but it's not closing on my hand. You have to pull that back nearly all the way before that blade, like I have it pulled a bit and still won't drop. You have to pull it all the way before that blade closes. Because I had people go, well, can't they close on your hand? Not really. Not unless you purposely like pull it all the way open. Which does take a little more effort to do so. Otherwise, a very strong, very secure lock. I love this type of blade. Personally, it's one of my favorite shapes. They do have different blade shapes as well, where if you don't like this blade shape, the sheep's foot, they have your typical clip point blade. I think they have a drop point blade. To give you an idea what a drop point blade looks like, we gotta find a drop point blade now. That's a spear point. That was the wrong one to pick. I'm picking up everything except for the blade I'm looking for. This would be a clip point style blade, but I think they have one that's similar to that style blade. I'm looking for a drop point. Drop point is essentially very similar to a clip point, except instead of a straight, they call it a clip point because you'll notice it's a straight line here, like somebody sort of like clipped that bit of the knife off. A drop point, oh, it's on my freaking mat here. A drop point is a little bit more gradual. Instead of like just a straight piece being clipped off, it's a little gradual curve to a point. As you can see here, drop point, clip point, right there. And they have, I believe these Demcos come in those two shapes as well. Probably one of my favorite knives next to the Spydercos to carry. I freaking love this knife. A lot of people love these knives. A lot of people will customize these knives along with Spyderco. A lot of people customize the Spydercos too, where they'll get different types of scales and replace the scales on their knife with like titanium, things like that. You mentioned your dad works with, might get greasy and stuff like that, grease on his hands. Again, they're super grippy. These do resist, are pretty resistant to chemicals. 20 CV has a decent amount of corrosion resistance, so you don't have to worry so much about. I mean, you still want to always clean or wipe your knives down after use, regardless of whether it's stainless steel or not. But they do have a good amount of corrosion resistance to them, so you won't have to worry too much about them like just immediately rusting on you or anything like that. The only downside is it could be a little harder to sharpen simply because the steel is much more resistant to wear. So be right back. I have been drinking a lot of coffee. Let me put this down because I don't think you need to hear that. But take a look at that. And the Demco AD 20.5, highly recommended. The Native 5, if your father doesn't mind backlocks, that's another one I recommend. Sorry, I just realized I put my mic down. And again, the Kershaw is actually easy to use. I still do recommend this one. Slice of your blade. The crossbar lock is easy to manipulate. So it's not hard to use, even if somebody that hasn't used one before. But from what you've been saying, I would definitely say the Demco. Now, I will be right back because I drank way too much coffee. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. There is one more I'm going to show you. Hey, Sarah. Hold on. Every Saturday, sirens. There is one more knife I'm going to show you, Crimson, if you're still sticking around. And because you mentioned your dad likes traditional knives, or at least that's what it sounded like. He's more of a traditional type of guy. Let me put these back real quick. Again, you got the Kershaw Bel Air, the Spyderco Native 5, and my best recommendation, the Demco AD 20.5. Now, I do have a video up for each of these, a slightly more detailed video for each of these knives if you want to look around on the channel. So if you want a slightly more detailed version, they're roughly around 15 minutes long for each of these. Just look them up. Demco 8020.5, the Spyderco, the Bel Air, and you'll get a little bit more detail on each of those. The other knives that I was going to mention, actually I'm going to mention two others, not just one. If your dad is into traditional type stuff, the first one is a non-locking knife. And they come in a variety of different styles. Let me pull this one out there. In fact, I have a couple more coming my way. At least one more coming my way. Because I like them so much. And the first one I'm going to show you. I'm going to write it down so you don't get confused. Or put it in chat. Because they have others that have different number, like numbers. But that's the one, that's that Demco that I highly recommend. But I'm going to show these anyway because I like them. This is made by Case. Now they come in, some of them come in a leather sheath, like this one does, leather belt sheath. These are non-locking slip joint knives. This is a Case rosewood folding hunter. I will send you a, you know what? Hold on a second. Let me see if I even have one. Because the availability can sometimes change. So let me see here. 20.5. Let me make sure I get the right one. Because again, there's various different ones, different steels as well. They have also like an S35 VN steel, which is also a good steel. That would actually be easier to sharpen. I'm going to send you that one. I'm going to send you a link to that one. 20 CV is great. But if he does his own sharpening, he might like that. There's some other, yeah, there's some budget Demcos also that use budget steels like AUS 8 or AUS 10. But sounding from what it sounds like your dad likes to do, I would splurge, honestly. Now the Demcos are pricier. The Demcos are pricier. Yeah, you can get D2 steel, but if your father's working, like her father's working, where he's getting a lot of like grease and possibly other corrosive materials on the blade, I would not suggest D2. D2 is not a stainless. It's a good steel. I'm not trying to knock D2, but you have to be much more careful in keeping the knife clean or wiping it down once you're done. How you doing, Pocket? This first link is for essentially the same knife that I showed you, except with a clip point. And that one has S35 VN steel, a good premium steel, good quality steel with a lighter, scale handle. I'm trying to find the exact one that I had and that I can show you. Where is it? I hope they have one. 20.5 AOS 10A. There we are. No, that's S35 VN steel. Do they still have the 20 CV? I am not seeing any more 20 CV. Yeah, you get what you pay for. Hey, David, how you doing? Now, these are going to, like, the premium steels, the S35 VN steel, the 20 CV steel that I have, they're going to run you about $250. And I know you had a price that you were trying to stay around. So that's at least under 20 CV. The 20 CV is actually a little less. Here we are. This is the 20 CV version. That's the 20 CV version. Now, the differences on that, aside from price, the S35 VN steel is actually a little bit more expensive. I think 50 bucks more. They're both good steels. 20 CV, like I said, is probably going to hold its edge better, but it's going to be harder to sharpen. S35 VN steel is going to be easier to sharpen, and it's going to be relatively tougher than the 20 CV steel is. Which means that the clip point's more preferable. You won't go wrong with either one. If you like the clip point, I'd say definitely go with a clip point and S35 VN steel. It's going to be more expensive, but you can't go wrong. Both of them are great. Oh, that is G10 scales, by the way. Yeah, 2.5, or no, I'm sorry, 2 3/4 inch blade on the sheep's foot or the shark foot blade. I think the clip point might be a hair longer, closer to 3 inches. The first link that I sent you is for the clip point blade. You can click on either and you'll see it on Amazon. But there you go. The other one I was going to show, the other two I was going to show just in case, just to give you an idea. Again, the Demco is very, very much recommended. This is a case folding hunter. Okay. Now, this one has rosewood scales. They come with different scales and sometimes different blade configurations. Your typical folding hunter, in this case, this one comes with a sheath. You have two blades. You have your main blade, which is a California clip point. You can see there. And these are non-locking. These are slip point or slip joint knives. California clip point. And you have a straight back on this with some extra jimping. And this extra jimping, as far as I know, only comes on the rosewood version of the folding hunter, which is what this is. Really nice, actually quite comfortable blades. Traditional style blades. I believe, I like to say close to 4 inches on that blade. Where's my... There we go. You're going to go with a 20 CV. Again, can't go wrong. Either or, can't really go wrong. We can, 4-inch blade on this one. Stainless steel for the steels. I believe these are true steel or true stainless, which is Case's version of 420 HC steel. Really awesome knives if you're into traditional folders, again, slip joints. That was another recommendation I was going to mention. The other one is by Buck. This one is a locking knife. This is a very popular, been around for a very long time, along with the Case as well. This is a Buck 110. This is a locking knife. And it is a lockback. You can see the lockback is right here. You are going to need 2 hands to close as well as open. But it does lock really securely. Brass scales. Okay. Now, it's weird how they have these, because the brass scales, it's one long piece of brass on each side of the handle. And then you have was it rosewood? No, ebony. You have, I believe it's ebony inserts. And that's what this is here. The same wood that they get from tailor-made guitars. They actually get their wood from tailor-made guitars to make the wood to use for their buck knives. Which I thought was kind of neat if you're into guitars at all. But great. Yeah, this would be, now these are hard. I would say these are really hard use knives. Because these aren't actually very expensive. These run, I think the 110 cost me, at least it cost me, I think, under $100. I got my Case and my Buck from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. been around for a very long time. A lot of people swear by these knives. It is a stainless steel. It's 420, which a lot of people might kind of like turn their nose up because it's an old steel. Been around for a very long time. It's not one of the newer premium powder metallurgy steels out there and stuff like that. However, Buck actually does. They have a proprietary treatment for their 420 steel, or their 420 HC steel. That's unlike what others typically do, which makes Buck 420 actually a good deal better than your typical 420 HC steel knife. So they do actually do something special to their steel, which does put it a good few steps above normally inexpensive 420 steel. But these have been around for a very, very long time, and for very good reason. They're just really nice, hard use knives. The backlocks are nice and strong. Sure, it might not be one-handed operation, but they're just great knives. Weighty. They are not light knives. Thankfully, they do come with a sheath. Mine came, oddly enough, where did I just put it? I was just holding it. Mine came with a nylon sheath. Normally, they come with a leather sheath, but mine came with a nylon sheath. I think because they just were out of leather at that point when they were manufacturing some of these. So still actually a pretty darn good sheath with a belt loop. I do believe it's just upright carry only. I don't think you can do a horizontal carry. You can buy other sheaths easily on Amazon that can facilitate different ways of carry. But otherwise, just a really super cool knife. And they are getting new variations out on this knife. In fact, they have an automatic version of the Buck 110. They have a smaller version called the Buck 112, which I actually ordered and had to send back because there was something wrong with it. But I'm actually getting a different one in return. I'm getting an automatic Buck 112, which is really cool because it's essentially your Buck 110 or 112, the 112 just being a little smaller, except it's an automatic. There's a button that just bloop, switch blade, automatic knife. You still have to close it with two hands. Ooh, forgot how sharp that sucker is. Still have to close it with two hands. Am I going to leak? Nope. Okay, I'm good. But it has an automatic button on the side. And that one, I believe, was released back just around 2025. I can't remember when. And just this year alone, new for 2026, they are going to be releasing a thinner version of the Buck 110 and the Buck 112, and I think a couple other bucks, which is essentially going to be exactly the same size, but they slimmed it down for easier pocket carry, and they'll also come with a pocket clip. So now you won't necessarily need a sheath. You have a pocket clip, slightly thinner, slightly less weight, pocketable knife. I'm waiting for them because I'd love to get a pocketable version of the 112. Again, this is a 110, so it's a little bigger than what I typically carry. But I can't wait for the slims to come out, because then you can just clip them into your pocket. You don't have to worry about a sheath. They'll just be a lot easier to carry, because this thing does weigh a ton. And it's a hefty knife. But again, same construction, tailor-made guitar wood for the inserts. They come in brass, or I believe nickel. So you got your classic brass, like what I have here, or nickel bolster or liner. And just overall awesome knives. Very easy to resharpen and hone. The steel is stainless steel, so actually pretty good in terms of the corrosion department. Maybe, I don't know, I'd have to look up some charts and deep dive into some metallurgical stuff, but still pretty damn good knives. There's a lot of people that love these knives, and for very good reason. They're great, and they are sharp as hell. This thing, I've been bit by this once. I almost got bit today. I've been bit by this once. You do not want to close this knife on you. Hold on. I love doing this now. This has become one of my favorite things to do. There you go. Like butter. And unsupported. It just bit right into it and cut. And just really good blade on that. I've been enjoying doing that cardboard thing because it really shows you how toothy and sharp a knife can be. Because you'll have knives like, hold on, let me pull another two. I've been saving these just for this reason. If the knife's even slightly, let me pull. Where's a poopy knife? Hold on. Let me pull a crap knife out, or at least a knife that I haven't sharpened. I don't want to say a crap. Let me see. Where's a knife I haven't sharpened? Okay, this one's a cheap ass knife. It's still a fun knife. I use this a lot, but it's cheap. And I haven't rehoned this in a while. I should probably do that. But again, there's nothing supporting this. And if it's not sharp enough, it's just going to push it around. I mean, actually, no, I did rehone this. This one, I did sharpen it. Hold on. I got to be a little bit more careful now. Yeah. Okay, it can do a little bit more. I did get it to bite, though. There we go. I did hone that. Cool. Thought I didn't. But again, that's another reason why I've been saving these little cardboard tubes. I think it's a neat little test. But yeah, these things are super sharp. I haven't done anything to this blade. This was out of the box. I mean, I've cut paper with it. I might have cut some cardboard with it, but I haven't honed this, rehoned it, stropped it, or anything. There you go. But that was another recommendation along with the Hunter. The case Hunters are cool. They're easy to sharpen. And you got to be careful though. Depending on the kind that you get. This one is a stainless steel version. You don't want to get something that's like if your father's going to be using it at work, where he might be working around a lot of different chemicals and stuff. You don't want to get a carbon steel one because those you need to take good care of the carbon steel ones. They can rust on you if you don't wipe them down all the time and keep them oiled or waxed to protect them. Wrong one. So if you go with case, or if you got case and you're working in wetter environments or around chemicals that could be corrosive, definitely make sure you get a stainless steel and not a carbon steel one. But the cool thing about case is they come in so many different types. Like this is one of my favorites. This one still in the box because I don't have it. This one doesn't come with the sheath. This is also a folding Hunter. However, this is a black curly oak. Hold on. Now this would probably go in his collection as opposed to being used. But this one's a single blade Hunter as opposed to the dual blade there. Black curly oak, stainless steel. Again, non-locking, it's a slip joint. But this is one of the things I love about case. Look at the black curly oak wood on this thing. This thing, beautiful. The blonde lines in that wood. And again, single blade. This one's a California clip point. Almost Bowie, actually. There's a curve there. It's not a straight clip. So that's more of a Bowie blade almost. Bit thinner since it's only a single blade and doesn't come with a sheath. But just really cool. You've been really eyeing the Buck Range Elite? Are you talking about the automatic? Is it not the Elite's automatic? I could be wrong. I could be getting confused. That one buck I showed you is currently my only buck. I have the 112 automatic coming my way. So as soon as that comes in, I'll be doing a video on that one. They come in a really nice box too. But yeah, this is the case curly oak single blade Hunter. another recommendation, although admittedly, yeah, probably something that'll more than likely go into a collection. I know a lot of people that have no qualms about using knives like this, though, regardless of how pretty the knife is. I've got knives that I consider very pretty that I'll still use. And then I've got knives that I won't use regardless of how ugly they might seem to some people, simply because of they have a special meaning for me that I don't either they have a special meaning and I don't want to you know I don't want to use a knife, keep in my collection because of that special meaning, or they're a limited knife and they're hard to replace. So if it's a limited knife that's hard to replace, then more than likely I'll just keep it for my collection and not use it. Like I have a lot of knives that are limited, or in very few cases, like I don't think I have any one-offs. I think the most limited knife I have is this thing. It's 1 out of 4 made. It's a non-folder. It's this one. This one's from Texas or Texan Blades. A collaboration between Texan Blades and Chasing Blades on Whatnot. And it's a stainless steel, 2 types of stainless steel Damascus blade, 1 of 4 made with mahogany wood. You can see Texan Knives USA there. It's called Rubbed Worn. It was kind of a joke that me and Chasing Blades had. I joked that they kept rubbing their knives too much. And they came out with a Rubbed Worn, and they only made 4 of these. But 2 types of stainless steel for the Damascus, which makes this a really good corrosive resistant Damascus compared to most Damascus steels that are out there. But just a really beautiful knife. That's probably one of my more rare knives that I have, but it's not exactly a production knife. Probably one of the most rare production knives I have. I don't know. Let me see, which one was this? This one I think was 1 of 50. Yeah, this was number 14 of 50 made, or at least in this color. This one is a Best Tech Dolphin, serialized 14 out of 50. And they have other colors, but you're not going to find, unless somebody's selling theirs, you're not going to find this particular colorway. So I've seen them in gray. I've seen them in purple, which I think were much more available colors. Well, the purple might not have been. The purple might have been limited as well. But those are probably some of my more rare knives. The other one, a lot of times when it comes to a rare knife, it's like the color of the knife. This one is called a Mini Griffin. They have other colors, but you're not going to see this color combination. I think only 90 of these were made. But this is called a Keto Mini Griffin. And the thing is, I love this knife so much, I had to buy another one that I could use, because I'm horrified that if I use this and something happens to it, I'm never going to be able to replace it. So I got a cheaper version that works just as well. I call this the Stormtrooper color. Otherwise, less expensive, less premium materials, but still made really, really well. I love this knife. This was one of the biggest surprises and probably my favorite knife that came out in 2025 was the Keto Mini Griffin in G10. I have a bad habit of collecting things that are limited in nature, and I really need to stop doing that because they end up sitting in my collection not being used. And I do like to use my knives when I can. I have on some occasions gotten more than one limited, so that way I can use one and then keep one pristine in my collection, which I also really need to stop doing. I did that with my squirrel knife because case knives, the squirrel knife was limited to, I think, 700 made. So they're getting harder to find. And this is a squirrel sod buster in synthetic yellow. So I ended up I found somebody selling another one. I bought two. This one I'll carry. The other one stays in my collection. But I believe only 700 of these were made. It's a single blade Sodbuster Jr. Nothing super special other than the fact that they came out with one with a squirrel on it. That's it. Struggles does that with golf discs. I'm not sure what a golf disc is. Yeah, squirrel knives are special to me. I might have a few of these. I think I might I have some rare ones in my collection of squirrel knives. That one's not rare. Where's that other one that's been... Gosh darn it. This one's not super rare. I see these on eBay, but there's this USSR. I mean, how long has it been since the USSR was a thing? Squirrel knife. This one was a fixer, though. I had to fix this thing. I fixed it, reground it, fixed the blade. It's because I don't plan on ever selling it, so I don't, it's going to stay with me, but not expensive by any means. I think I paid $20 for this guy. But that's because it was in horrible, horrible shape. It's a lot better now. But the funny thing is it's in surprisingly good working condition. I think typically if you got one that was in decent condition, it's going to run you $30 to $50 for it. Because it was a cheap knife back then. But it's cool because A, it's a squirrel knife. B, they're old as hell. And the unique thing about this, another reason why I grabbed this knife to see I could fix it, is it came with its original sheath. So I thought that was neat. But those were a lot of the recommendations. Oh, I got one more recommendation. And as far as decent, but actually kind of inexpensive knives, and that would be that, or where's my other one? This one, or I know I have others. Crap, damn it. That's not it. That's not it. That's also not it. Give me a minute. I'm going through all the knives currently on my desk. This one. There we go. I actually have a couple more versions of these, but these are made by Case, and what these are called, these are called the Crossroads. And there's a reason why I recommend these. Now they come in two different styles. This is called a Barlow. These are Sodbuster Juniors, kind of like the similar shape to my squirrel that I had. Oops, dropped something. Don't do that. But there's a reason why I would suggest these to your dad over some of the others, like my squirrel knife, for example. Is the Crossroads versions are made different. Unlike your typical Sodbuster Junior, which I'm going to pull another one out. I just realized I put my squirrel one away and I don't know where I put it. Unlike your typical Sodbuster Junior, this is a Sodbuster Junior. They all have one single blade, different types of scale materials. This one happens to be bone. Okay, hold on. Go away, notifications. This one happens to be bone and carbon steel blade. They come in different types of materials with stainless steel blades. But usually it's a carbon steel or their true sharp stainless. Okay. But the Crossroads, what they did, I'm going to leave this out so you can see differences here, is this one is a Dymilux wood laminate, or this one is a burlap micarta. So somewhat more modern material, especially in the micarta. The Barlow comes in rich light, which is a nice, I think they used in countertops a long time ago. And they use a different steel from the other cases. They use S35 VN steel for all their Crossroads. Now, you've heard me say S35 VN because one of those Demcos came in S35 VN steel. A really good stainless steel, easy to maintain, relatively easy to sharpen. Nice tough steel will keep its edge for a decently long time compared to your typical case knife. It's a premium steel you'll see in a lot of premium knives. You saw that Demco is running a 250 S35 VN steel. Typically, your S35 and your S35 VN steel folding knife usually runs a little over $100, anywhere from $100 to $200. In Demco's case, even more. These Sodbuster Junior Crossroads run typically around $60 to $70. So you're getting a premium steel and a traditional style knife, good material, you know, more modern materials, like in this case, Micarta or the Dymalex laminated wood or the Richlite in this one, G10 inner liners for under $100. Like I said, around $60 to $70. That's less than even this case Sodbuster Junior. This one I think was around maybe around $80, I believe. Now it's priceless because I toasted this one. It's so special. But I'd be hard pressed to find a lot of knives that are S35 VN steel for under $100. These are slip joint knives, which means they don't lock. Oh, and the other thing is they use screws for their construction. So if you need to do, like, if for some odd reason, if the blade were to loosen up, you can tighten it really easily. If you needed, for whatever reason, to clean a little bit better because you got it extra muddy or something, they use screws in the construction where usually on your typical case knife, they're all just pinned. So if, say, for example, I use the crap out of this knife and eventually maybe the blade loosened up a little bit, there's a little bit of wiggle and things like that, it's really hard to fix something like that. In fact, one of my older case knives, I noticed I had been using a lot and it developed a little bit of wiggle to it where the blade was open and then you could wiggle the blade just a little bit, it moved. And the way to fix that one is I wrapped the end in cloth and then I hammered it, which is, you got to be very careful to do. Whereas this one, you can just literally tighten the screw if there was any blade play involved. But otherwise, really nice, hardworking case knives in a premium steel for less than $70 freaking dollars. The Barlows are going to be a little bit more expensive because they have the Richlite. They're also newer. But one interesting, the Barlows, you have a half stop, which means it stops halfway, which could make it one-handed. It's capable of being closed one-handed. It's a little safer because of the half stop. It still makes me nervous because these are sharp as hell. But I can close this one-handed where I don't want to do this with, there's no half stop on the Sodbuster Juniors, so trying to close this one-handed is just asking for trouble. I always close these two-handed. But yeah, you can close these one-handed without any issue at all. It still makes me nervous, but at least you can do it because of that half stop there. Makes it a little safer. But these are just great hardworking case knives that are, again, even this one being more expensive, still under $100. These come in two different styles. These come in a bunch of different styles. The Dymalex wood, the Micarta, different colors. Hold on. What other colors did I have? I had, the rare PB&J. Now this one's a little different. They don't make these. This one cost me like $80, but now the only way you're going to find them is like on the used market or secondhand market, or somebody has new old stock. And last I heard, they were running around $200 for this because it's just a rare item. The Barlow comes in two different colors. You have the tan Richlite and then you have the black and tan Richlite, both about the same cost. Again, both with S35 VN steel. Just really awesome, hardworking knives, and highly recommended especially if you're working in an environment where you have to be a little bit more conscious because of the chemicals. It might be corrosive, or you're doing a lot of work around water or even salt water. Is this where this one go? There we go. So those are probably my biggest recommendations. I know I've blabbered on about that for a long time. Those are probably my biggest recommendations. Highest recommendation goes to the Demco, though. Admittedly, that's just an awesome knife. What's the Spyderco I have? The PM, the Spydercos that I have. I have the PM3. Oops. Trying to look good there. PM3. I've got Sage. I've got a couple Sage 5s. These two are in Magna Cut. I also have one in Spy 27 for the Sage 5. I have the Native 5, the backlock. And I have this is the crap. I can't remember what this is called. Spyderco. Shit. Why am I not remembering what this is called? Because there's so many of them. Good grief. It's also a backlock. It's kind of like the Native 5. Just it's almost like it's like the PM or the Para 3 or Para 2, just a backlock instead of the compression lock. Why am I Delica? Good grief. Spyderco Delica 4. That's what this one is. I couldn't remember Delica for some reason. You bought the second one and the second link. That's the I think that was the 20 CV. The one that I have, essentially. I think it came in, there was a different clip point version of that too. Also in 20 CV. I think like $1 less. No, it's a penny less. They had a clip point version, and then they had the version that I bought. How do I feel about the compression versus backlock? I like the compression. Honestly, personally. I do like the way that Spyderco does their backlock because I can use it one-handed, like on the Delica and the Native 5. However, the compression lock, one, these are the only knives that I have with the compression lock. Two, it's really easy to use. I like it. It's a very strong locking mechanism. I've seen a lot of people test that mechanism out, and it's nice and strong. I don't know how I don't know if it would stand up as well to the backlock, but it's still a very strong locking mechanism for a folding knife. It's easy to use, for me at least. It's very easy to use. It's kind of non-obtrusive, and let me kind of like how the backlock is like non-obtrusive. And what I mean by that is, let me grab something with a crossbar. This is my best Techman. This also has a crossbar lock. Okay, and depending on the manufacturer, this was probably a bad example. You have, like, in some cases you have these thumb studs, and then you have the crossbar lock. So you have these things. In this case, probably not the best example because it doesn't protrude as much, but they still protrude a little bit. So I don't know. Some people like it, or some people don't care. Some people don't like it. For me, it's really neither way. But the compression lock is, much cleaner because it doesn't protrude anywhere. So you don't have like anything jutting out from the scales that can catch. Not that these catch a whole lot, but I'm trying to remember. I had one that had, I might have gotten rid of it because it was kind of inexpensive and cheap. But their crossbar lock came out much more than this did. And I found out, because it was kind of a cheap knife, it would hang on things, which was kind of annoying. And that's probably kind of a rare case, to be quite honest. But I like the compression lock because, again, non-obtrusive. The lines on the knife aesthetically just look really nice and clean to me. Easy to use. Nice and strong locking mechanism. I mean, I like it. I thought it was really, really neat. And it's one of the reasons why I got these two Spydercos, is because specifically I wanted something with a compression lock, because I didn't have anything like that before. Now the Sage 5, they have a Sage 6 now, which has a compression lock, except it has a button kind of like attached to it. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like a top liner lock. It's a button activated compression lock where there's a button on the side of the scale you can press as opposed to pinching the back like you would in your typical compression. I don't know how I feel about that one. I mean, I just like the compression lock is fine with me. I have a few other button locks that I don't carry them very often. I don't think I'd have a problem with it. I don't know. I just like the compression lock. I think it's neat. Oh, the one with the clip point? Okay, cool. That's awesome. You got to let me know what your dad thinks about it. I'd love to hear. All right. So, yeah. In comparison to the back lock, I like the compression lock. It's just easy to use. It's actually, for me, it just makes it more fidgety too. And the other thing is, when it comes to folding knives, I've mentioned it before, I fidget a lot with them. When I get one of my folding knives in my hand, if it's a fidgety folding knife, I'll be sitting there reading something or watching a video, and I'll just be doing this. For however long the video is before I realize I either realize I have a knife on my hand or I closed it on a finger, which has happened before. But yeah, I fidget with these all the time, depending on the knife, depending on how fidgety it is. And the compression lock is a very fidgety lock. You're looking at getting a Spidey this year? I have another one coming. Okay. I have another one coming because I did get, I ordered a knife a little while back from a Whatnot seller, not Chasing Blades. And I'm not saying that this is a bad seller. They were really good to me. But it was a limited edition. They sold out of all of them. And when I got it, the scale was cracked in a very bad spot. Now, because it was a limited edition and they had already sold all of the ones they had, I couldn't replace it. So reluctantly, I sent it back. I got a credit. So I had this credit I've been sitting on for the longest time. And I finally decided on a knife. And I have a Spyderco Manix 2 coming my way in Magna Cut. Because I wanted a Manix. I wanted I forgot what kind of lock they call it. But their Manix 2 has a interesting locking mechanism that works in terms of like how you use it, not mechanically how it works, but how you use it is kind of like the crossbar lock, but the way it works is much, much different. And so I have that hopefully coming by next week, hopefully, depending on when they ship it. It might make the next live. It might not make the next live. I don't know yet because I literally just ordered it earlier today. So I can use my credit that I had. So I have a Spyderco Manix 2 Magna Cut, all blacked out, coming my way. So I'm excited for that. It is a little bigger knife because they don't come in a smaller knife size. But I said, screw it. I want one. So yay. I have another one coming my way. But if it hadn't been for that credit, I probably wouldn't have gotten it, to be quite honest, because they're pricey. But yeah, those were my suggestions, Crims. I'm glad you found a knife that fits your criteria. I hope he loves it. It's one of my favorite knives in my collection. Not only one of my favorite knives, but one of my favorite knives to use in my collection. Oh, coffee. Okay, so now that we got you out of the way, Crimson, you can get out of it. No, I'm kidding. You can stay. There was something that I wanted to talk about, and it was in regards to what I'm calling knife fatigue, collector's fatigue. I don't know how you want to put it. And it's something that actually I was thinking about this, and then I saw somebody else had a video. I think Metal Complex made a video regarding this, and I thought it was pretty interesting because I was thinking about it. It's funny because I was just thinking about it myself, and then I saw his video. I'm like, oh no shit, I'm not the only one. Yay! Oh, I want a Yojimbo too, but I'm still trying to get over the looks of the Yojimbo. It's weird. But yeah, I'm talking about the issue that I'm talking about has to do with. Well, let me pull some knives out first, okay, and then you'll get an idea of what I'm thinking. So first of all, let me pull some knives out. Okay, we got that. We have that. We have. Let me see another one. Not that. Not that. I'm actually doing pretty good here. This. We have to go in one of my other cases. I know there's a lot of them in my other case. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I just realized I'm mumbling more. I gotta move my case. Hold on. Open. Oh shit, that has 4 locks on it. Come on. Oh my god, it's also air sealed. There we go. I have, where is it? So I have a lot of these. And for some odd reason, I go ahead and pull all the ones that don't have it. There's that. There's that. There's, I have 20 billion more of these things. That. There's, I dropped the knife on my finger. You bastard. There is that. There is that. There is that. I can keep going for a while. There's that. I'm not going to pull all of them out, but I'm going to see if you notice anything in particular, and then we're going to talk about it. In fact, if you notice what I'm talking, oh, there's my other, yeah, my other one was green, my Scout. The one I won was black. Maybe I will keep it. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going to see if you guys notice anything specific about these. These are all from different manufacturers. Now, before I start mentioning anything further, I love these knives. These freaking knives, some of these knives are some of my favorite knives in my collection. A lot of my knives are my favorite knives in my collection. If they weren't favorite knives of mine, I probably wouldn't have them in my collection. Sirens, you win. They're all crossbar locks. We talked about crossbar locks earlier when we were talking about suggestions for Crimson with the Kershaw Bel Air. And a lot of these were made for a specific reason. They were made for a knife I don't own. They were made to compete with the bug out, the Benchmade bug out. Now, Benchmade, if you're familiar with Benchmade, the funny thing is I don't own a single freaking Benchmade. I was about to get a Benchmade using that credit that I had. And then I decided, screw that, I want a Spyderco. And the reason why I was thinking about getting a Benchmade bug out was because I could finally say I have one, and then compare. And then I thought about it for a while. Like, why would I say I finally have a Benchmade bug out when I have all these and more? Okay, I have more. This is just a small amount of the crossbar locks that I have, that I own. And this is what I'm talking about in regards to knife fatigue or collector's fatigue, or however you want to put it. It has to do with a crossbar lock. And Metal Gear, or Metal Complex was talking about this in another video, or one of his own videos. And I was thinking about creating a video myself, and I decided, you know what, I'm just going to talk about it in my live. And again, a lot of these knives were made to compete with the Benchmade Bug Out. The Benchmade Bug Out, when it came out, it had the axis lock. They had a patent on it. It was the first crossbar lock. It was a strong lock, used omega springs, and it made the Bug Out widely popular. And then finally, when the patent went, everybody jumped on board and started making their own version of the crossbar lock. Essentially the exact same locking mechanism because the patent was done. Just different names. Kaiser called theirs something, I can't remember what. I believe Kershaw called theirs the Duralock. They're all crossbar locks. They all work the same. I said Metal Gear. I know. Metal Complex. Sorry. And I was looking at a lot of knives, not only in my collection, but I'm shopping around because I'm always wanting to find something neat and new. And I'm thinking, I was looking at a lot of the knives that were, in various online stores on whatnot. And as people were showing knives and, selling knives, and I was sifting through pages and shops and stuff like that, I noticed something. And that was, a lot of these knives are starting to look freaking the same. Tell me they don't. Now, yeah, they all have slight differences. Don't get me wrong. But a lot of these knives, like I said, were designed to compete with a Benchmade Bug Out because people wanted something. Benchmade Bug Out it's expensive. For the materials, a lot of people, one of the common things I've been hearing about Benchmade, and the reason why I haven't gotten Benchmade yet, and I can't really talk about their quality too much from my own personal viewpoint because I don't own one yet. I still feel like I'm going to have to get one sooner or later so I can at least speak about it. Do what I did with the Spyderco's. I couldn't really speak too much about Spyderco's because I didn't have a Spyderco. But at the same time, I'm like thinking, why get a Bug Out when I've got all the Bug Out killers that were made in the recent year? And they just, one thing I've noticed is they keep coming out with them. They haven't stopped. You got one Benchmade killer that one person makes a Benchmade killer, another manufacturer makes a Benchmade killer, and then that same manufacturer a year later, hey, we made a Benchmade killer. Different color, same mechanism, same blade shape, maybe a little size difference. And I'm realizing as I'm going through all these shows, they're all starting to look the same. Stop it. Stop. I mean, no, these are great knives. Don't get me wrong. The Benchmade is still a popular knife. And I see a lot of people buying tons of them. But I got this Kershaw Bel Air with Magna Cut steel aluminum scales, and this cost me, the Benchmade Bug Out's over $200. I see them sometimes I might see some for under 180. I think like the mini Bug Out is like around $180. I got this for 140 with Magna Cut steel, even aluminum scales. We have the Drop Bear. Sure, it might have a more budget steel. In this case, this one's Nitro V. Nitro V is a great steel, though. Bug Out, super smooth. We were talking about how easy it is to replace the omega springs on the crossbar locks. This is the blade. This is the knife I was talking about. You can adjust the tension on this one. You can even see the omega spring. And there's these holes. Okay, maybe this is not the best example, but there's these holes. You can actually move the attachment point of that spring and adjust the tension on this. Okay. But a lot of these are, I mean, they're not that much different. This one is the Bear & Sons Nakama crossbar lock. The only differences that you're starting to see now are just styling. Either the blade shape, the style or color of the handles. And this is one thing that, like I said, I started, like you're looking for a new knife, and then you start to realize that a lot of the knives that you have aren't that different. And like it got to the point of where like I stopped shopping for some of these, because it's like I just realized I have so many crossbar locks and they're not all that different. Again, sure, this one's a great one because I've got that Magna Cut. The Yonder's a great one because I love the shape. The blade shape on this is actually freaking-tastic. Thin, slicey blade. Drop bears have some of the best action when it comes to a crossbar lock you can get around. And now they're finally coming out with different blade shapes. But when you come down to it, they're all essentially every manufacturer's like bug out killer. Now, the bug out was a very popular knife. And of course, copying is another form of flattery. Okay. But a lot of these manufacturers also created knives that, in my opinion, I think in terms of materials and stuff, do everything the bug out do for a lot better price. Like we were talking about the Kershaw. If most people really aren't going to see that much difference in blade steels unless they're doing something either very specific or they're a really hard knife user in terms of like, what they use the knife for. Most people on average aren't going to notice that much of a difference in the knife steels. And to that regard, Kaiser's a great bug out killer. Inexpensive, good Nitro V steel. Awesome action. Okay, QSP. I love their build. Their quality has been great. Super slick action on their knives. Even the SOG, which is not an expensive. This one's like $40. This SOG, which a lot of people consider like a budget knife. This one has what? D2 steel? Yeah, Cryo D2. Still, it's my thumb slip. Still really good action. Not only that, you have a couple different ways of deploying the knife. You got your thumb studs like a bug out would, and you have a rear flipper, and you have the crossbar itself. I started to question why bother getting another crossbar. And the thing is more they still keep coming out. Even some of the cooler manufacturers, like Concept, in my opinion, they're still pumping these out. Now, granted, they do come in, they've been coming in different materials and stuff like that, and different looks, but they're still essentially the same knife. And my worry is that, they keep continuing to bring these knives out, and I want to see innovation. I want to see new things. Like, I think that's one of the things that drove me into finally picking up the Spyderco was because of the fact that it was a whole new type of locking mechanism. To me, it was a whole new type of locking mechanism. Hell, like I mentioned before, I'm getting a Mannix, which works physically similar to a crossbar lock, but it's a completely different mechanism. And I'm excited to get it because it's different. I'm like getting burnt out on all these crossbar locks that keep coming out. I think if I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm not the only one apparently. I'm worried. Like, I want to see new stuff, and I'm not seeing like everything I see has like so much has been crossbar locks lately. Thankfully, some manufacturers are doing some different stuff. And again, I'm not saying that these are bad. These are all good knives. But we have a lot of them already. I want to see something new. Now, thankfully, some of them are doing at least much more different variations. Like here, we've got the Skato wing with a sheep's foot blade, as opposed to your typical, I think, the Benchmade is either a clip or a drop point. This concept has a chunky magnet cut blade on it. I love this one. So at least some are starting to deviate a little bit more. But I'd love to see is more variation on lock types. I mean, I know a lot of people are probably burnt out on liner locks. A lot of people are even burnt out on frame locks, and crossbar locks are the next thing to go in terms of like, okay, it's just another crossbar lock. I think it's gotten to that point already where it's just like, it's a crossbar lock. They're all typically the same, except for, those finer points like blade shape and stuff. That was my biggest worry in terms of collecting anything, is I want to see some innovation. Otherwise, why bother getting another knife if it's just another shape, variation, or color? Now, am I still going to pick up crossbar lock knives? Probably. I'll still probably get a crossbar lock if it takes a few points with me. I mean, heck, one of my newest knives that I got is a crossbar lock. This one is the Concept Eagle Strike. But admittedly, I got it for aesthetic reasons. This thing's just gorgeous. Well, I have to admit, if it wasn't the looks on this one, I probably never would have gotten it. Like, they have more planar versions like Tenables, their budget Eagle Strike. They have other versions with different materials for the Eagle Strike that Concept themselves make. But I mean, this one's just absolutely gorgeous to me. So yeah, will I still be grabbing a crossbar lock? Possibly. Depends on what it does or what it's made out of. But I want to see more innovation. I want to see stuff like this here. I applauded Concept on this one because it was just the weirdest locking mechanism I've ever seen, and one of the cooler ones. Let me start putting some of these away because I'm running out of space. That goes there. This goes. Oh God, I should not have pulled all these out. Mistakes have been made. And that goes there. That goes there. This goes. Oh God, you go somewhere. I think you go over. You might go over there. Nope. You go there. You go over somewhere. Shit. You go there. You went over here. I need to make room. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have pulled all these out. Good God. Okay. This is a little better. Now, what was I saying? Let me put this Eagle Strike away. Like I said, some of them are doing better. Like the widely popular, this is a Tenable Fenrir. Cool harpoon blade shape, a far cry from your typical blade shape you'll see in a crossbar, but still crossbar. But the one I was talking about that I thought was really interesting, I want to see stuff like this. Yeah, lock patents are holding back innovation. I'm well aware of that. But that doesn't stop people from coming out with new things. Like Concept came out with their Ballylock or Ballylock on the Hazard. Which is it a easy to use, or is it an easy to use lock? Not really. But it's different. And this the way this one works. Heck, people have been doing tricks with this thing. I won't, because I don't want to kill myself. But the Ballylock works because the way it works is a lever you pull back to unlock the blade or to open the knife blade itself. There's no other way to open this other than the Ballylock. And I've seen people take this kind of like a balisong knife. except instead of having two evenly shaped things for the handle, you have that one lever. I've seen people flipping this around, doing tricks with this. How they haven't killed themselves yet, I have no idea. I'm pretty basic, but an interesting knife nonetheless. Just a nice, cool, different lock. Stuff like this I want to see. Stuff like we were talking about with Demco, their shark lock. I want to see more stuff like this. Awesome locking mechanism, really easy to use, super fidgety. Civivi has their own version called the Super Lock. Where are you? I know you're in here somewhere. There you are. Actually, surprisingly, I found out it was developed roughly the same time the Shark Lock was made. This is Civivi's Super Lock. In terms of how you utilize it, it works pretty much the same way, although internally the mechanisms, the way it locks up, are much different. But this one's made by Civivi. I would call this more of a budget knife. This one's just, I think, just under $100. But this one has, was it 14C28 end steel or Nitro V? Which one was it? Nitro V steel on this one. A more budget-minded steel, but still a great budget steel in my opinion. And really cool blade shape. Probably one of Civivi's best knives in my opinion. They made something bigger called the Buster FG, but I think there was like this failure thing, in my opinion, with the way that they had the stop pin on it that kind of restricts how much you can sharpen it, because it'll start messing up. But the Vision FG, which is what this is just a phenomenal knife. But locks like that, locks like... Now, when Andrew Demko was with Cold Steel, this was a Scorpion lock. A really strong locking mechanism, a little harder to use. There we go. Because it uses this spring tension bar in the back to lock the blade in place, that you end up having to split open to then close the knife. Otherwise, dual thumb studs. This one happens to be AUS 8. No, AUS 10A steel. An inexpensive version because of the steel and Grivery scales, I believe. They do have a premium version, much more expensive, probably along the line closer in cost to the Demcos. But this is stuff that this is one of the things that I'm finding myself gravitate towards, because I like the interesting lock mechanisms, regardless of whether they're easy to use or not. Like I feel like I'm experiencing crossbar fatigue is why I brought this up. Is if that's all a lot of manufacturers are going to stick to making, it's going to be it's going to be a really stale year for knife collectors. And I think the days of like needing to outdo the bug out have long passed at this point. There's so many bug out killers that okay, you guys proved you can do it, and you guys have done it. And those are really awesome knives. But let's do something different. I want to see neat new stuff, because it's not like I'm rich or anything. I want to get neat new things with my money if I'm going to get anything new. And I love collecting knives, but I was like sitting here looking at my collection and realizing that how many knives I have a very similar function and stuff. It's with the exception to those that have really unique blades or unique materials. I've actually been marking down which ones I'm thinking of, because I want to trim my collection down eventually. And at some point I might do another whatnot sale. And I might be I might be tagging specific knives to open up space in my collection, because my collection is starting to overflow in places that I don't need knives to be overflowing. And that's when I really looked at, when I was shopping and then looking at my collection, like, oh my God, how many of these knives that I have that have that are totally the same. And yeah, no, that's on me. I know it's on me. I'm not blaming the manufacturers for it. What I'm saying is manufacturers need to do something different so that way we can keep the whole we can keep things fresh. People keep interested in this hobby and stuff like that. It's on me for buying a lot of knives that are way too similar, and probably help feed that notion that they need to come out with more and more bug out killers. When what I really would love to see is much more innovation and locking mechanisms. Not even locking mechanisms, blade shapes, and things like that. One of the reasons why I went in, and this is far from like the traditional knives. I collect traditional knives for a completely different reason, because people could argue that traditional knives are there are so many similar patterns to traditional knives, but that's a different type of collecting, in my opinion. I collect a lot of those based on aesthetics. I know a lot of those knives are the same, but the bone, the materials are the kicker for me on those. I guess you could say they're the kicker for me on a lot of modern knives as well, like that Eagle Strike, for example. But I don't know. What do you guys think about? I don't know too many collectors other than, like, not personally, but like Metal Complex was talking about this earlier in one of his videos, and I was watching his video, and I was just like, I just kept nodding, not sleeping. I was nodding in agreement, like, oh, he's right. If this is all they're going to keep doing, it's going to make it's going to make things stale, and I would hate for this to go stale. Granted, I'd probably save a lot of money if I stopped collecting, but I don't want to stop. I enjoy this hobby. So show me some new stuff. Keep coming out. Keep thinking. Keep designing. Think out of the box. I've actually even started thinking about what I'd like to do in terms of if I could create and design my own knife. Hey, Brian, how you doing? Do I like fixed blades? I don't collect them nearly as much as I do folders. However, I do have quite a lot of fixed blade knives. They're just not, I don't go out of my way to collect them. It depends. In some cases, yeah, like that rubbed worn that I mentioned from Chasing Blades. I got that because that's one of 4 done, and also I'd like to say I kind of had a hand in the naming of that knife. But I do have quite a few fixed blades. I just don't normally go out of my way to grab them. I like folders. I carry folders. I very rarely carry a fixed blade on me. But I have nothing against them. I think they're cool. I just don't collect them as much. You forge knives. Best way to do some free range designing. Not that you could. That's one thing. I mean, I wish I could, but I live in an apartment. I'd be very surprised if building management didn't get angry for me having a forge in my apartment. And I don't exactly have a place I could like set up a forge, although that would be pretty cool. I'd love to be able to design my own folding knife. But that's another thing that highlighted this issue for me is, the whole crossbar thing and the whole bug out thing was when I first initially started thinking, like, how would I design my own knife if I could make my own knife? When I first drew it, I don't have the drawing. I wish I did, because I kind of crumpled it up and tossed it. But when I when I first thought of like how I designed my first knife and I drew it, I looked at it, I gave it a really hard look, and I said, fuck, it's a bug out. At least shape-wise, it was a bug out. I'm like, no. And lately, as I've been going, like, I had that credit that I finally decided to get the Mannix with. I was poring over everything they had in their shop just to find something unique and different. I finally settled on the Mannix. Set it up on the balcony, which I'm not even allowed to have a grill on the balcony. They said no more grills on balconies. I don't know, somebody probably did something stupid, I guess. And now they just set up public grill spaces. Let's fuck it, I'll just use an electric indoor grill. So yeah, unfortunately no forge for me. And I've thought about, like, if I design my own knife, what I do, like, what kind of lock would I do then? Because I don't want it to be a crossbar lock. I know early on I thought about crossbar locks because they were good locks. It's just then now it's like that one scene in Fantasia where you're seeing all the elephants dancing around of different colors. It's all the same freaking elephant, just different colors. Want something fresh, like the Demco, like the Super Lock, like the Scorpion Lock, like the Bally Lock, other locking mechanisms. I'm at the point now where I'll take a frame lock, even though frame locks have been around for a very long time. I'll take a frame lock over a crossbar lock at this point. And again, I love those knives. I love the Kershaw. The Bel Air is still one of my favorite knives ever. But when it comes to seeing what's new in the future, I want to see a lot more than just more crossbars. Button-operated lockback? How would that work? A button-operated lockback. I'm trying to think in my brain how that would work. Like, how would you position the button? I'm not poo-pooing the idea. I'm just trying to think of how that would work. Because if you could do a button operation back, because back locks are very strong. Actually, I would say if you were going to do a button operated back type lock, I'd say the only problem is Cold Steel still has a patent on it. A button operated like triad lock. Because a triad lock is very strong. Like a buck 110 with a button. Well, they have an auto buck 110. I actually have an automatic 112 coming my way, but it's just to open. It's not. You still. The funny thing is, the automatic buck 110 and automatic buck 112. It's button activated, but to close the knife, it's still a lockback. You have to close it like you would a typical lockback. You don't use the button to close it. You have to. Where's my lockback? Where the hell's my buck? There it is. So the automatic buck 110, this is a 110, just a regular 110, but the automatic has a button like around here that you press and then, automatically throws the blade open. But to close it, you still have the back lock here. To close it, you still have to go two-handed to close the automatic. Although there's a little bit more spring tension because it's an automatic. But yeah, I'm wondering how that would work. I'd love to see like a button activated, or not a button activated, but yeah, button activated triad lock. The reason why I say triad lock is a triad lock is a much more secure version of a back lock. Except Cold Steel still holds a patent on that. So the only place you're going to find a triad lock is on a Cold Steel knife like this has a triad lock on it. Super strong, super secure, and the reason why the triad locks are really, really good is while they're operation-wise like a back lock, the way they lock up the blade, even if the locking mechanism were to start to wear down, if I recall correctly, the triad lock will actually start to compensate for it and will still remain a very strong and solid lock with like no play in it. Whereas, now granted, it'll take a long while for it to happen, but if a back lock were to wear down, eventually it won't lock up as tight. It'll have a little bit of wiggle. at the same time, like I said, it'll take a long time before something like that happens, to be honest. So it's almost moot, but I do like the triad lock because of the fact that it kind of compensates for it. What are you talking about? The auto 110, the auto 120? It's still an automatic because you use a button and it juts out automatically. It's just not like a what do they call those? Because I think they had a specific term for it. Like a two-way auto or something. Most automatic knives in the beginning, you still had to fold manually. I think the first two-way automatics were out the front models. Where's my out the front knife? My OTF. I have so much crap around me now. Hold on. Before I accidentally break something. Where's my OTF at? I was just staring at you a moment ago. There you are. Most OTFs are two-way in construction. As far as I know, these are the only ones that are two-way. I can't imagine making a switchblade or like a buck one, like an auto 110. I wouldn't want that to be two-way. Oh, don't worry. It's an interesting thought. Some people don't think about it. I mean, this makes a perfect two-way because of the way this opens up. It's out the front. Where is it? I have another automatic knife. I have an auto 112 coming my way. I have others coming my way. I have a Kershaw launch coming my way. I've wanted a Kershaw launch for the longest time. That's coming my way. The Kershaw launch works something similar to this. This is my hidden crap, damn it. Cobra Tech hidden bolster trapper. Shit. I'm losing my names today. The hidden lock, something like that. This is an automatic. Okay. This is a bolster automatic. And this is the way a lot of automatics used to work. You have a button, it swings the blade open from the side. In this case, it's a hidden button. And the way this works is you notice you don't see any way to open it. There's no nail nick or anything on this guy. The way this works is you can see a little cut where the bolster is, if you look very carefully. It's so hidden, I can't remember the damn name. It's made by Cobra Tech. I love this knife, by the way. It's an automatic, and what you do is you put your thumb on the bolster and you slide it. I'm going to do an exaggeration slide. You put your thumb on the bolster and you slide it this way. So take your thumb and then there you go. Now, imagine if this was automatic both ways and you had your finger in the wrong position. I'm like, okay, that would explain why they wouldn't make these two-way, because that would suck. If I hit this and I didn't realize my finger was there, and then that snaps closed, ow! That would suck a lot. And people have also questioned, like, what happens if you pop this while it's up against something? I'm not going to do it to myself. That would, ow. But they stop. They might still cut you a little bit, but the mechanism will actually stop, and the blade ends up becoming, for lack of a better term, flaccid. And then you kind of have to drop it out the rest of the way in order to get the OTF to function properly again. But there's an actual safety mechanism in that regard. You'll still cut yourself a little bit, but it won't be like devastatingly bad. I saw something up in chat. What's what? Maryland prosecutes on site just for blades carried over 3 inches in any self-opening mechanism. Yeesh. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks big time. And where I live in Illinois, and we have a blade restriction as well. I believe about 3 inches or less. And it also the screwy part is it can vary from not just it varies from location to location. Like in Chicago, the blade restriction drops down to 2.5 inches. However, intent is also a part of that restriction. So they also consider intent. Now, if your intent was to hurt somebody with it, I don't think it matters what freaking size your blade is. But if your intent is to hurt somebody with it and you have a blade length of over 3 inches, that's a hell of a lot more of a charge that they'll drop down on you. Like I said, intent from what I understand, intent's a big thing in the law with regards to blade restriction. So, I mean, it's possible I could get in trouble for carrying something over 3 inches, but why would they be stopping me? I don't think they'll stop you on site. It's just, it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing something bad and you're carrying a rather large knife, I think basically what ends up happening is they can just then levy a much, another charge against you. Not only are you doing something bad, but you're also carrying a deadly weapon. So that's another charge on top of what you're already doing. Also intent, what was a bad thing you were stopped for doing. So it's a lot more nuanced, there's a lot more things that go on in regards to at least the law in my state. But just to be on the safe side, I generally just carry knives that are 3 inches or less. Now, in terms of automatic knives, there's no law stating that we can't own one. However, you are not allowed to carry an automatic knife in my state unless you have a concealed carry license. So in my state, I can carry this because I actually have a concealed carry license. If you don't have a concealed carry license, you are not allowed to carry an automatic, which I think is kind of weird, but okay. I mean, if you want to stick with, if you're trying to stay within the law, I'm trying to stay within the law. So luckily I have a concealed carry, so I can carry one of those if I want. However, even though I have a concealed carry license and I can carry, I'm allowed to carry automatic knives, this one might be a little too big because this is over 3 inches. So this would probably be a no-no. I do have other knives like this that I could carry, like that one, for example, or I have these. Now these are within 3 inches or less. I just don't like serrated blades, so. But these are more along the lines, the size that I can carry. And because I have a concealed carry license, this one has a Damascus blade, which is really neat. Because I have a concealed carry license, I can carry that around would be no problem. I just want to make sure I have my license with me. So if there's any question. This is probably one of my favorites right here, just because of the way it works. And where did I put that? That goes there. Yeah, well, Texas can carry a freaking claymore if they wanted to. As long as you're not being goofy. Yours is a dagger blade, though. I have to look at what they say in regards to daggers, because daggers are sometimes a special case. Because a dagger, to give an example, a dagger is essentially a spear. Where we have spear in here, it's essentially a spear point profile. However, instead of just the single blade being sharp or the single edge being sharpened, a dagger has both edges sharpened. And people get weird about that, or laws get weird about that. How hard was it to get CC in Illinois? It's nearly impossible in Maryland with the recent SCOTUS decisions. The decision only removed due cause to carry. Well, we are a we don't have due cause. The biggest restriction in regards to Illinois concealed carry is the cost. They've priced it the way they've made it tough isn't so much the ability to get it, it's the price to get it. Where you got to think about it this way: a lot of places that do have license, like it might cost you $10 to get your concealed carry. Okay, in some states, I don't know. Think of a state that has concealed carry license, and it's probably cheaper than Illinois. For Illinois, now I forgot the exact cost, but I if I remember correctly, it's over $100 for the license itself. But before that, now think about it for somebody that's new to concealed carry. Okay, somebody that's new to guns in general. Okay. Now you have to have your gun. So how much is the gun going to cost? You have to have ammo for the gun. How much is the ammo going to cost? You have to have accessories for the gun. Please, 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 if you're going to be a new concealed carry, get a proper holster and a proper belt. Good grief. If you're not going to get a proper holster and a proper belt, don't bother carrying. That's my belief anyway. So you have accessories for the gun. That's another expense. Then you have to take initially, if you're going for your concealed carry for the first time, you have to get 16 hours worth of, it's a 16-hour course. So you have qualification and classroom. Okay. And at the time, I don't know if they've changed, but at the time when I got mine, when concealed carry finally became a thing in Illinois, I think the class alone was like $150. And I believe, I'd like to say it was around $150 for the license. No, or more than that. I think it was more than that because I had to save for a while. Good grief, it might have been like around 300. Scratch that. So think about that. And then it's only good for so many years. If you move, you have to pay a fee to get your address changed. On top of that, you have to have a FOID card before you have your concealed carry. Now the FOID card's 10 or $20, something like that. Okay, so you had to have a firearm owner identification card before you can get your concealed carry, because if you're going to get a gun, you have to have your FOID. So think about all that cost. Think about all of that cost. If you want a decent gun, it's going to cost you at least a few $100s. Sure, you can probably get away with a cheaper gun, but I mean, it starts getting iffy at that point. I mean, sure, I have a Ruger Wrangler 22 single action that cost me like, I think around $200. But who's going to conceal carry was it 5 or 6 shot 22? I think it was a 6 shot 22 single action revolver. I mean, it's going to cost you, I would say, roughly, at least for the and again, not including extra magazines, unless you're lucky enough for the gun to come with extra magazines. But I'm not even including ammo in that case or anything like that. Accessories, just the gun alone, roughly around $500 will get you a decent gun. And then again, like I said, adding everything else, ammo, accessories, cleaning kits or whatever, your FOID card, gear, your belt, I think that falls under accessories anyway, belt, holster. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I have a core belt too. I love my core belt, sensei. I have a core belt. I bought a second one just in case. I thought I bought a second one when I figured, well, when this starts to warp and get all silly, I've already got a second one. I'm still running that first one. That first one, it's still working perfectly fine. Get yourself some suspenders too. Oh my God. I finally got myself a set of suspenders that sort of like snap onto the belt. If I had known about suspenders a long time ago, I don't give a crap how I look. suspenders are freaking amazing. I can carry everything on my belt and don't have to worry about my pants falling down. In Maryland, the FOIC is called the Handgun Qualification License, or HQL, renews every 10 years. Or at least it's every 10 years. So that's nice. Your Ruger Wrangler has horrible accurate. Really? You could. Mine is accurate to a pin. Holy crap. I finally got a chance to shoot it at 22. My Wrangler is like, holy crap. Well, maybe, well, I guess it depends on the range. I think I was hitting at, I think I was shooting at 20 yards. I was doing pretty good. I was doing pretty good at 20 yards for the Wrangler. But, yeah, when it warps, which it hasn't done yet. And I carry a lot. I carry a lot on that belt. I don't know who makes them best, but I'm really liking Core. The ones that, that Sensei mentioned. And like I said, I have a Core belt. I bought a second one. I'm still using the first one. I bought a second one because I thought, because I used to use these nylon belts by something 9, I can't remember. But they were friction, they were like friction buckle. They weren't like the locks on the Core belt. And they lasted okay until they finally started to warp because they were nothing but nylon. Core, I would highly recommend Core. I've been running mine for, fuck, I forgot how long I've had my belt. It's been probably close to 2 years. And that sucker's still going. I still have that second belt uncut, wrapped in a box, or sitting in a box, unused, because it hasn't warped yet. 511, thank you. Yeah, I had a nylon 511 that was one of those reversible thick nylon belt. It worked fine, but eventually it would warp. And I had to replace, I think I replaced it twice, and then finally got myself a Core belt, and I haven't looked back. And I love the fact that the Core is a ratchet lock, so you don't have like these holes like, oh my god, now it's too tight, now it's too loose, and you know, like, I have to punch a hole in the middle of the holes so I can get it to fit right. It's nice and stiff. My girlfriend laughs because it's like you're putting on a hula hoop. You're like tightening a hula hoop around you. Like, hey, it works. And then the only reason why I have the suspenders is because I don't want to cut off circulation by pulling the belt on too tight. And I realize suspenders, I can keep the belt nice and comfy. And to give you an idea of what I carry. So, to give you an idea of what I carry in my... Hold on a second. I've got 20 cases around me. Oh my god. Falling over. I have... I'm not going to pull it out of this. I have an Alienware... I have Alien Gear holster, is what I like to use. I like the Alien Gear. Alienware. Alien something. I like the aliens. I'm an alien. Anyway, I have a Walther PPQ, the American style, not the European style, but a Walther PPQ in 40. I don't know how heavy you know. How heavy is this thing? Now, the reason why it's in this holster is when I'm at home and I'm not carrying at home, I put it in this just to keep it safe. I don't, loaded handguns not in a holster make me nervous. So it sits in here. Here's my trusty scale. How heavy is this guy? We are going to change this unit to pounds and ounces. 2 pounds, 1.5 ounces. And god dang it, I stood up. Now I got to pee. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. You go stare at that for a little while. I'm going to take my mic off so you don't hear me. All right, I'm back. Let me just clip this mic back on. See, this is why I use a lavalier. Tiny mic I clip on shirt. Good grief. I don't know words. That's why, because I move around a lot. I had to go over to my gun cabinet to grab my gun. Okay, so, oh God, I need a drink. This was about 2 pounds, 1.5 ounces. Walther PPQ. Love this gun. And then on top of that, I carry 2 full mags. Now these are all in 40. That is, what are we at now? Good grief, I should have been adding this. Where's my calculator? Calculator. 2.15, 2 pounds, one. I'm just going to write this down because I suck. I'm going to end up doing math and I suck at math. Somebody math this for me. Otherwise, we're just going to be lost. What was this? 1 point. Okay, so I was at, that is a marker. That is not a pen. That's going to be a mess. That was a pen. Okay, so we were at, don't pay attention to those other numbers. The pew pew, I can't write. 2 pounds, 1.5 ounces. This is 1 pound and 5 ounces. And so that's just my firearm. So, and the 2, not including the weight of the holster, which is negligible. The magazine holder that I use, also negligible. And then a lot of times I'm carrying something like this. That's 3.6 ounces. That's in my pocket. And a lot of times when I'm carrying something like that in my pocket, I'm carrying something like this also in my pocket. I always carry I'll carry a modern with me all the time. Like this Demco, for example, or one of my Spydercos tend to dominate my pocket. I have a lot of knives that I'll carry. But admittedly, the Demcos and the Spydercos have been kind of dominating. So the Demco, and then I always carry a traditional knife. In this case, this is a Case Crossroads. This is what, 2.2 ounces? How heavy was this thing? So roughly about another 6 ounces of knife. Okay. So what are we at now? Was anybody paying attention? Let's say 6 ounces of knife. So so on my belt, I'm already carrying 3 pounds, 6.5 ounces of pew pew stuff. I'm carrying 6 ounces of bladed stuff. And then that doesn't include, say, my wallet, my keys. If I clip my keys on oh my God, my keys. Where are you? If I'm not wearing a jacket, I'll clip these onto my belt. Okay. I'll clip these onto my belt. That's 11.2 ounces of keys. So I'm carrying like 4 or 5 pounds on my belt. I'm roughly, I don't know, I can't add. Flashlight? What do you mean no flashlight? I've got a pry bar, I got my keys, I got a tracker, I got another knife. This is a traditional Japanese style higanakami. I got another knife in here. Okay. So I got a pry bar. I've got higanakami. I've got, you want flashlight? Hold on. Oh, light. Turns on by pulling that off. Turn off, magnetically, just, whoop, and it's off. And it's a USB charger. So yes, I have a flashlight. Then I have a pen. I have an O pen, the mini O pen.
which is not a flashlight. It's a pen and pencil. Okay, so yeah, roughly I'm carrying like, I'm just gonna blanket say about 5 to 6 pounds worth of crap on my pants. So I'm gonna say one thing: suspenders. Suspenders are freaking amazing. How you doing, Lonnie? Before I had suspenders, no, I love my core belt. The core belt works fantastic. Okay, core belts are awesome. And before I got the suspenders, I just had my core belt, and it worked. It worked well. Oh, and keep in mind, I carry that. I could be carrying that during the summer too. Sometimes I'll carry my Smith & Wesson Shield in the summer, but a lot of times I just stick to carrying my Walther PPQ. But the core belt could handle it, but you could feel it. If you understand what I mean. Everything is on, like a good majority is on that belt, and then everything I'm carrying in my pockets is weighing it down. So while the core belt could handle it, and I could wear the core belt alone, you can feel it. You kind of have to cinch that sucker up. But once I got my hands on these suspenders, oh my God, world of difference. And then what's the suspenders that I got? Hold on. I got a very specific type of suspenders. They work well with the core belt because they latch onto the core belt. I'll put a link up. Give me a second. And they're not that expensive. Don't laugh. I'm laughing. They're made by Dickies. Shut up. Shut the hell up. They're made by Dickies. And hold on. I'll get you a link. I think they're still available. They're $17. There you go. $17. That's a link to the ones I have. I actually got that in a different color. I got a beige one and this navy blue one. And you close. They have different colors. They're $17, and they're not like an alligator clip, because I hated the idea of the alligator clip. But they have these little hooks. You hook the two smaller ones go wherever you want in the front of the belt. The rear one goes behind you and has a space, so that way you can clip it or you can hook it around the belt that's sitting on the rear loop of your pants. So there's a space for the rear loop to fit in, for it to go between. And they're comfortable. Like they're really comfortable, easy to adjust. Those things the things in the front. If you're looking at the suspenders, they're very comfortable. And holy crap, do they take the weight off the belt? And thankfully, they're easy enough to like slide on and off your belt. So if you have to use a washroom, you're not like wrestling an octopus. So I mean, yeah, it might take you a little bit more time to hit the washroom, but it's well worth it, in my opinion. Like, well worth the $17. I'm old enough where, if somebody were going, "You wearing suspenders?" Like, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm wearing suspenders. They're awesome. They're great. Try it. $17. Give it a shot. The worst that you can do is go, I don't like it. Return it. If you got it from Amazon, return it. In my opinion, they're freaking fantastic. I've got to get myself another set, because I don't know where I put my beige ones. I think the beige ones were a little bit more expensive, but when I got them, they were both the same cost. So I am the EDC Squirrel, so I will talk about other stuff other than knives, although most of my stuff has been knives. Suspenders and core belt. Highly recommend the core belt if you're trying to figure out what belt you want to get. I know there's other belts similar to the core belt. The core belt is the only one that
honestly I've had experience with when it comes to similar belts, but it's working so well that I don't bother looking at any others. So yeah, I will back the core belt up. You carried a 43 for about a year, got a Canics are nice. Similar size, way nicer upgrade. I was never big on Glock. I thought they felt kind of toyish to me. My first pew pew was a P229. And then I realized that the P229 is also a brick. And so I don't carry it. Although now that I've got the suspenders, I probably could. The only other downside to the P229 is the one that I have has the E2 grips, which are basically like, the grips are great until you realize they're like sandpaper. And if you have that rubbing on your love handles as you're walking around all day, eventually you're gonna bleed. It's gonna sand you down. I love it, but holy crap. Those are some grippy grips. Still I'm admittedly, even the funny thing is I don't carry one. I carry the Walther, but I'm kind of a SIG fanboy. The only thing is I also only like the older SIGs. I like hammer fired pew pews. I prefer hammer fired to striker fired. Now my Walther is striker, but it's such a comfortable gun and has such an amazing trigger to it. Jason Lee, who's Jason? What is it? Sound familiar? Actor. What about Jason Lee? Grandpa always said I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Yeah, I feel the same way. Rather have it than not need it. Or rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. I carry a lot of crap. And I will freely admit, I rarely use all of it. But then again, I also try to keep myself in a situation where I hopefully don't have to use any of it. Just because I carry pew pew doesn't mean I'm going to go start rushing into every like insane freaking joint, because I happen to have one. Where about are you from? Oh, okay. Brian, High Point makes some cinder. High Point makes cinder block. I don't even know if I can get a High Point in the state anymore. There was some law, some hot metal law or something like that. That I think for a while I couldn't even get a Wrangler. They may have changed that because I thought Wranglers we weren't able to get Ruger Wranglers because of it. But I think I think maybe the Wrangler didn't fall under it. That's why they were able to finally get them sold. I can't remember now. Renza, how you doing? Oh, my name is Earl. Yeah, okay, Jason Lee. So we're at that's really all I had in terms of like what I was planning on discussing. Like the whole, I should call it not so much knife fatigue, but crossbar fatigue. Come out with neater stuff. Stop with the we have enough crossbar locks. I want to see some innovation. I want to see, even if it's goofy like this Bally lock. Stuff like this. Like when Concept came out with this, I thought it was amazing. Somebody asked me a question and I might have missed it. What was my was it, you were asking the most dressy something? Well, let me get back to it. Somebody was asking a question about, sirens. You were asking, what's my dressy knife? Like when I'm going out to eat or something social? Something social. I see that other question. I don't know. Of the tack and tweezers for eating. I very rarely use a pry bar. I don't know what I use tweezers unless like I'm out and about. and suddenly find out I have an errant nose hair or something. I don't know why I'd carry tweezers around. I guess if I had like a weirdly insane nose hair, I'd probably just yank the sucker. Anyway, my most dressy knife, if I'm going out and about on the town. Interesting question, because I actually have a few. It all depends. Conversation starters, things like that. I've got my Concept Strike Eagle. But I generally won't carry that because it is a bigger knife. And again, I generally carry things that are going to be 3 inches or less. So in that regard, I have probably my most dressy knives are going to be, where are they? I've got my Concept Nawal, which is that with carbon fiber flake scales, or titanium with carbon fiber flake inserts, actually. Magna cut steel, big chonkin Magna cut blade. That's one of my favorite ones, I guess, dressier knives. Another one is my Remet Saker Falcon. And this one, my Remet Woodpecker. That's actually another favorite to carry that I like. I really like carrying. And my Concept Tarako with the specifically the Tiger Stripe titanium. These are probably, if I'm going to be like, if I'm trying to be dressy, those are probably going to be the ones I'm carrying about. Oh, and then my Concept Cryo, a little smaller knife, or mini Cryo. Other dressy knives, like executive style knives that I'd probably carry, would be my more budget oriented one would have to be this. This is the Kaiser Mini Militaw. This one is done in black G10 and wood scales, and I believe this is Nitro V steel. Is it Nitro V or 14C? Nitro V, I'm sure. Yeah, Nitro V steel. I have another one that's in D2 steel with green G10 and micarta insert. Otherwise, fairly similar. I think it's a pretty dressy knife to me just because of the styling with the wood, which I really like. But these would be, I would consider, my more dressy knives that I'd carry for like, also as conversation starters. Other more budget-oriented one would be like this one here. This is a Civivi Elementum 2, except this one's Damascus gold and carbon fiber flake scales, resin scales. I'll get a little closer up with this one here. That's one of my more dressier ones. Like, oh, what about Kaiser? Yeah, the Mini Militaw. I don't know if you saw that. Oh, you work construction, so having tweezers is a... Oh, okay, I can see that. I can honestly see that. I work in IT. I guess tweezers would be helpful for that, but I also have this. So this is usually my backpack. This is a Leatherman Super Tool 300, which is this is a chonky beast. But yeah, Kaiser Militaw, I consider dressy. These are probably my dressier knives. In terms of modern ones, if we're talking
if we're talking traditional knives, I actually have very specific knives that I would carry from the traditional realm, and knives like that I'd consider dressy. A lot of them, actually, in terms of traditional knives, almost all of them I'd consider dressy. I have the one that I showed earlier today, this chestnut bone from Case. This is a trapper. I love trappers. And then this one is a natural white smooth bone sow belly. And I've really started liking sow bellies. They're essentially like a Stockman. They have 3 blades, but they have the reason why they're called sow bellies is the shape of the handle resembled the belly of a sow. And so because of that handle shape, unlike the Stockmans, which are more straight, they have a little curve to them, but these fit the hand really, really well. They're just very comfortable. And then you have 3 blades, so this thing will last a while before, like, if you're cutting cardboard, doing whatever, okay, and say the main blade finally starts to get dull, but you got plenty more stuff you got to do, and you don't have a strap with you or anything like that. You got 2 other blades, and you can just keep on chugging along. It's one of the reasons why I like trappers. Trappers were my first traditional knives that I liked to collect. That and sodbusters. Sodbusters only have the 1 blade though, but trappers have your California clip point, and then they have a secondary blade, which is either like this one's a spade blade or a Warncliffe. Most of them come with spade blades, but I think pretty much any Case is going to be pretty dressy with very few exceptions. Like this would be seen. It wouldn't look out of place in, like, say, your business suit if you pulled that out of your pocket. But yeah, those are probably my most dressy knives. Looking at a CJRB Lanky for your fancy. Which one's the Lanky? You got a stiletto? Which one's the Lanky? I'm gonna have to look that up now. CJRB Lanky. Oh, okay, I can see that. Kind of I like to call them like executive knives. They're slim. They can fit in a shirt pocket. If we're talking something like an executive style knife, I like the mini Militao for something like that. I just think these look very business dressy like, especially this one in particular, this color combination. But if we're talking some of like the slim ones, I would have to say I have one that would kind of fit the bill. This one's by Best. Is this Bestech or Bestech Man? This is the Lanza. Now this is the Bestech Man. This one has G10 scales. Very thin. Nice slicey blade. What kind of steel was this? I can't recall. 14, I think it's 14. Yeah, 14C28N. And you've got a pen type pocket clip. So it wouldn't look out of the, it wouldn't look out of sorts in a shirt pocket. And it's nice and deep carry, so not a lot of it's poking out. But nice, slicey, thin blade, liner lock. This one happens to be front flipper only, which is fine with me. I actually happen to really enjoy front flippers. I know for some people it's kind of a hit or miss thing. As long as the front flipper is done well, like in this Lanza, where it's easy to use, and I'm not having to fight it or fight my hand position. They did a real good job with the front flipper on this one. This I like. This would be another executive style knife, I think, that works well in a t-shirt, or not t-shirt, in a shirt pocket. That wouldn't feel out of place in there if somebody were to be looking at you and seeing that little pocket clip looks like a pen clip. So that, I would say, would be, I guess, yeah, I would say another dressy pen. It might not look as dressy once it's pulled out, but again, it's easily concealed. Doesn't look much other than like a pen in your pocket. These are more like fancy because of the materials that they use, and for their looks. Like, for example, like the woodpecker, the crystallized titanium scales on this one. I like the tiger stripe burn on the titanium for the Tarako. Looks very slick, very neat. Or something about carbon fiber flake that just makes it look dressy. Or yeah, I almost want to say like an executive style color the way the carbon fiber flake looks, like kind of like a race car type, or like not a race car, like luxury car look to it, even with such a chonky blade. I love this blade, by the way. Once you get it, front flipping is very fun. Like I said, I fidget a lot with my knives. I can't help but fidget. As long as the knife is fidgety to begin with, I'm futzing around with it all the time. I can't tell you how often I do this to knives. I the knife is going to probably wear down from my fidgeting far sooner than it's going to wear down from its use. I'm not the hardest user in the world. I mean, I work in IT. I still do use my knives a lot of times for boxes or cutting cordage of whatever type, zip ties, things like that. So I do use my knives. And the funny thing is, I've mentioned this before, there's a reason why I carry two different types of knives. I always carry a modern style folder, like any of these, a modern style folder. And then I'm always carrying, alongside the modern style folder, I'm carrying some type of traditional knife, whether it's the Crossroads, the sow belly, or a trapper. I'm always carrying one modern, one traditional. And more often than not, if I'm doing any cutting, like having to cut stuff, break down boxes or whatever, I'm using my traditional. More often than not, the traditionals get more or are used more than anything. And then I keep my moderns for special case uses. Like, say, for example, I'm having to cut something, but I'm holding on to like a strap. I'm having to cut the strap, so I only have one hand free. Then I'll pull out my modern, because most all of them can be used one-handed. Cut what I need, that goes right back in, and then I continue on. But if speed isn't a factor, if like the use of my hands isn't an issue, then I'm always pulling something like this out, and I'm using this to do most the grunt work when it comes to cutting anything. And another reason why I do that is a lot of times because speed tends to be, one-handed use, and speed tends to be a thing with modern knives. I tend to keep those more often for emergency use, because in an emergency, I'm not wanting to fiddle around with, hold on, let me grab this out of the slip, let me unfold the knife, and then I'm ready to go. If there's an emergency, I want to be able to pull my knife out, and then I'm good. And there you go. And because it's going to be used in emergency, and because I'm using my traditional to do most of the grunt work, my modern is nearly always going to be razor sharp and ready for an emergency. I don't have to worry about having used it all day and now it's dull, and now I've got something where I've got to, say I'm stuck in my car, get into an accident, I've got to cut the belt. My modern is more than likely going to be razor sharp, not dull from having been used all day, and I'll slice through that belt with no problem whatsoever. And don't trust those belt cutters, they all suck. I'm just going to use my regular knife. Belt cutters very rarely work very well. But yeah, front flippers are probably my favorite way to open knives. Front flippers and reverse flicking, like thumb holes, are my favorite way to open modern knives. It just works well. It's fun. It's fidgety. They're quick. I do it more often with this knife, except this knife has such a strong detent. Trying to reverse flick it isn't easy. Ow! So I just use the rear flipper on this one. Woodpecker works really good with the reverse flick. Oops! Until I do that. God dang it. I reverse flick so much, my middle finger nail is starting to get shaped all weird. There we go. But yeah, front flipper otherwise is probably my favorite and most fun way to manipulate a knife. If they provided they have a good front flipper. Because there are some front flipper knives that wherever they put the front flipper is such a weird position or shape that they're not easy to use, or half the time you go grab the knife and then you're like, hold on, give me a minute, gotta position the knife right because the front flipper is just done really weird. I gotta make my fingers in the right spot, and then finally I open it. Whereas something like the Tarako, I don't even have to think about it. I just pick it up. Now, granted, yeah, I carry this quite a bit, but I don't have to think about it. I just put my thumb where I need it to go and I flick it open. So that's why I like those. So there we go. I think that was it for like all the stuff that I was planning on talking. What other questions do you guys have? I love answering questions. If you guys want suggestions, like Crimson was looking for help finding a knife for her dad, a birthday present. I hope he loves it. I know I'd love it. Of course, I recommended it. If you have any questions on my collection, what I like to do or like to use, or if you guys want to share what you guys like your favorite knife, what do you like to collect? What do you have a favorite manufacturer? I can tell you right now, my favorite ones as of late have been probably Ramet and Concept. Is there any 250 America out yet? A 250 America. Like a 250 American anniversary knife? Is that what you're asking? I'm sure there's probably some out. I'm not familiar with many. At the same time, I haven't gone out and tried to look for any. It's one of those things. A lot of times when it comes to knife collecting, I kind of learn about stuff as I go along, especially when it comes to like Whatnot. I like to spend a lot of time on Whatnot. There's a seller on Whatnot. I've mentioned them so many times before. Chasing Blades. We've developed a pretty good relationship, I think, and we talk a lot. And I'm in their shows all the time. And a lot of times when it comes to new knives, I'll learn a lot from his shows and other people in his shows. And then there's another seller that, although I don't mention them as often, but I look to them a lot for a lot of more modern knives because they usually have a pretty good inventory. They usually have good prices as Going Gear or Blade City. And when it comes to new modern knives, a lot of times I won't learn about the modern knife until I'm over looking at one of their shows. They're introducing a new knife. I should probably have my ear to the ground more often, considering that I have a channel for it. But admittedly, I spend so much time in those shows, it's easy for me to learn stuff there during the shows. One thing I did do is I did join Case's Collectors Club, and I've got my membership number. I'm part of their forums now, and one thing I did learn is they have 2 new knives coming out. Unfortunately I don't have examples yet, but as soon as they're available, I'm going to be showing you guys. But they retired a knife called the Baby Doc back at the end of 2025. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can pull one out and show you guys. Let me put my pew pew away. Sitting on my knife case. Oh my god. I'm surrounded by cases, so to get to my desk, I kind of have to leap over stuff. Now, let me put some of these away so I have some room. That'll go there. These gotta go away. All right, that can go there. That can go there. These can go away. All right, so I have room. Reason why I needed to make room is because I don't know where it's at. And in order to figure out where it's at, I have to grab my case collection. my shoebox of case. You don't have a favorite, you just like knives? I'm kind of that way. I keep deviating. When I started collecting traditional knives last year, my favorites were the sodbusters and the trappers, and then I've kind of started looking at others like that sow belly. And there's a knife called they're muskrats. I've been starting to collect those as well because they're just really interesting knives. But let me see here, chestnut. The hell's a baby dock? I'll show you guys a baby dock. That's not it. Baby dock, baby dock, baby dock. I might have gone a little nuts on case knives. Just saying. That is a swell center jack. How am I not finding a baby dock? There should be like a bunch of them in here. Oh, that's a trapper. There's a baby dock. That's one. Okay. So there, we got a baby dock. All these back. So this is a baby dock. They retired these at the end of 2025, meaning Case put these in the vault, meaning they basically stopped making these at the end of 2025. So if you wanted to get one of these knives, you're going to have to you're essentially going to have to hope somebody can or has some new old stock or go to the secondhand market. But this is a baby dock that they're retired, and they're coming out usually when they retire a knife like this. The next year, like this year, 2026, they bring out either a pattern that they retired a long time ago, or they bring out a completely new pattern. And what Case is doing this year is they have 2 new patterns coming out. I wish I had an example because these patterns are truly unique. One of them's called a mini cheetah, and a mini cheetah is, I have something similar, only it's like massively huge and it's a different box and it's not made by Case. And I don't know where it's at because it's currently buried amongst a bunch of other shit. But essentially, a cheetah is a Case folding knife that has a hand guard that folds along with the blade. So you open the blade and the hand guard moves along with it, and you have this little hand guard there. But they're a smaller mini version of their typical cheetah, if you look up what a Case cheetah looks like. And the other pattern, I believe is brand new, is called the axe handle. And it looks kind of like a Sodbuster Jr., except it has a clip point style blade, and then instead of this rear bolster, it has a single blade, and instead of this rear bolster here, the scale continues on. It has an axe handle shape to it. So you have a bolster near the blade itself, and then the rest of it has this axe handle like shape, and they're going to come in different colors of bone, stag antler, probably, I don't know what they're going to come out with. They'll probably have so many different colors and blade or scale material, it's going to boggle the mind. Never really checked out slip joints. Thomas,
If you want to save money, don't. I like slip joints for one major reason is they're just handy. Now, a lot of places might have laws in regards to locking knives, in which case a slip joint would be the perfect thing to be able to carry around with you if you're in a spot where you can't carry a knife that locks. They're also relatively inexpensive for the most part. Depends on what you go with. Now, if you're going with case, yeah, a lot of them they can be anywhere from $60, like say for example, my case Crossroads, all the way to ungodly expensive. Like for example, this is admittedly one of my most expensive knives. One of them. This was close to $220, $230. This is a case goldenrod second cut jig mini trapper with Damascus blades. This is probably my most expensive case. So you get a wide range of prices when it comes to case slip joints. And they're just really handy knives. Now, a lot of times I like the slip joints because they're fun to collect. They come in so many different materials, like this goldenrod bone, this Dymalux laminated wood. I have a buffalo horn scaled trapper. I've got many types of, like this was I showed this earlier. This is a natural white smooth bone, and it's natural bone. This one is a chestnut bone, which I think just looks really super. I've even gone to customizing some of my knives. If you look at some of my past lives, I've customized these lives. This was a light or sky blue bone trapper that I took a torch to customize, to custom like burn it or custom toast it. So those brown bits, I was trying to add more color and definition to the jigging. The jigging is the texture on the scale. And this one is a trapper, two-bladed trapper. They're fun to collect because of all the different colors, all the different materials, a lot of different patterns also. Like I've mentioned, I like trappers, other knives that I like. This one I also burned. This is a green apple copper lock Warncliffe variant. This one is a lockback knife as opposed to just a slip joint. I guess I'm talking about traditionals in general. Another popular one I like to carry, I can find it. I'm trying to remember where I put it, because I have, anytime you see me pull out one of these knives that are in a slip like this, they're actually sitting on my desk, and I have a pile of them sitting on my desk. This one is a muskrat. This is cool because I like carrying them for a similar reason why I like collecting the trappers. The trappers have two blades to them. So again, it's one of those things where if you're using the knife a lot and it starts to get dull, it's very easy to just switch over to the secondary blade and just keep going along with what you need to do. Muskrats are similar in that regard, except they're done a little differently. Pocket, you've got a live coming up Monday with shit. Ooh, I hope I can make it. I got to be in the office, so it depends on what time it's running, but hopefully I can make it and watch it. This is a muskrat. This one has a California clip point on one side, and then on the other side, it has another California clip point. And again, the reason why I enjoy carrying a knife like this is for the same reason the trapper. You're doing work,
You're cutting stuff. Maybe it's been a busy day. This one starts to get dull. Don't have time to hone it. You pull out the second one, and you just keep on going. And then you can finally, when you get home after a day's work, then you can take the time to hone the blades back to being razor sharp. But the neat thing about this is because you have two of the same blade, you don't have to adjust anything when you switch from one blade to the other. You've got the same blade. It's not like the Trapper. You have a California clip point, then you have the spade blade, which you might have to use slightly differently because of the different shape. Muskrat, you have two of the same exact type of blade on that knife, so you can keep cutting for a good long time before you having to do any maintenance. This one happens to be one of the new ones for 2025, that came out in 2025. This is a spruce green synthetic. So yeah, it's a synthetic scale. It's not bone or anything like that. A synthetic, and the synthetics tend to run a little less expensive than the bone, so you can save some money that way. What's the most expensive case knife made? That I don't know. I can tell you that Chasing Blades has, let's see, Case came out somewhat recently with the Deep Canyon jigged Damascus knives. And if I remember correctly, like the Trapper, and I don't have one of those on hand to show. The full-size Trapper, I believe, is around $300. They have abalone scaled knives that usually run around $250 to close to $300. As far as what I'm gonna do a quick search. Now, if you think about it, if you're looking into like other knives like that, a lot of vintage knives might end up carrying a lot more or costing a lot more. Like, for example, where was that? Where's my Hunter? I don't know what I did with my Hunter. It's in there somewhere. Did I bury it? I pulled my Hunter out because I didn't want to. That's it. This is another Case two-bladed folding Hunter, except the reason why this one is special is this was made the same year I was born. And because it's an old knife, I think when I got it, it was close to $200, where usually a Hunter, actually probably back then, was probably less than $100. But this is one of my favorite knives simply because it was born the same year I was born. And if you want to know what that is, if you know how to date a case knife, you just have to look at that. And then you can figure out what year that was. Now, I don't know the month and day this one was made, but I can tell you the year. A lot of case knives have born on dates. I'm actually on the hunt for a knife that was born the same month and day that I was born, but I haven't found one yet. Like this one, this baby doc was made. This one has a born on date of 11/15 of 25. This one is a swell center jack that was made in March 31st of 2022. Yeah, I'm on the hunt for one that was born same day and month I was. I'm not going to get one that's born same day and month and year. That'd be like good freaking luck. But I am trying to find one that was born same day and month. I also had another. What the hell did I do with my other Hunter? I always end up losing a knife somewhere. It's probably back here. Nope, it's not. Crap. Oh well, it's somewhere. Oh, there's that Hunter. I can go there. I had another Hunter. I don't know what I did with it. Oh wait, it's back here.
Found it. Yay. As far as the most expensive case knife, ooh, I don't know. Well, it'd probably be an antique. And if we're looking at those, oof. Just a quick search. I think there was a 60 case tested green bone Congress, which is a 4-bladed traditional knife. I think sold for like $3,500. Or is on sale for $3,500. I thought I saw something that was even more expensive. But I don't know if it's a case knife. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not okay, now I'm not seeing it. I don't know why I bothered. Really? That looks like that's the most expensive case knife. That green bone Congress. I don't know when it was made, but it's an antique. And that, yeah, $3,500. Holy crap! A knife belonging to the 1920 to 1940 era. Yeesh. Thanks for the question, Clarity. Any other questions? I know we're running about towards the end of my show. I would just have fun doing this stuff, even if I didn't have anything specific to talk about. I'd probably do my show anyway, just to chat with you guys, because this is fun. I love talking about knives. I love talking about EDC stuff. It's who doesn't like talking about their hobby? Let me ask you guys, what is your most favorite? Or no. Let me rephrase that, because I know if somebody asked me that question, I'm just going to point to everything in my collection. What would you consider to be probably your most treasured knife? Like if you have a knife that you got that you can't bring yourself to use and is strictly there because you love it, you want to keep it forever, you never want to use it because you don't want anything happening to it, which would still be a good part of my collection. If you could bring attention to one knife in your collection like that, what would it be? What knife would that be? And then I can probably tell you what knives that would be. In fact, I probably already showed you one. That one that was born on the same year. Obviously, that's not going anywhere. That's one of my favorite knives. I did resharpen this knife. I did resharpen this knife because the condition that it was in. But I don't really have any intention of using it. It's not going to go anywhere. It'll be passed down when I'm gone. But that's definitely one of them. Would be that Hunter. You have a big beaver knife you inherited from your father. It's somewhere green handle. Rusty? Oh, yeah, I cleaned that up. Interestingly enough, another knife that actually means a lot to me. It means a lot to me now. Is a fixed blade, because it managed to stick with me for a very long time, and I never really thought about it. I just luckily managed to hang on to it. I say that now and I don't know where it's at. But it's called Sharp. It was an old fixed blade, probably purchased at a Sears or a JC or a Sears or something, or Kmart or something. It was probably one of the first knives I ever bought, like when I was a kid. And for some reason, somehow, I managed to hang on to it. That thing's old as hell. Probably wasn't more than like 15 to 20 bucks, maybe even $10 when I got it. I don't know. On eBay, they sell for probably 20 bucks, but on the used market, they're not expensive. But
the fact that it survived and stuck around me for as long as it did, it definitely makes it a special knife to me, in my opinion, regardless of the fact that it's cheap as shit. But that'd be another one. I have my squirrel knife collection. Those are important to me. You don't have one of those yet, but you have a buck 212 that you carry hunting that would probably cry if you. I get the feeling. I understand. And I know people like that. They have a knife that they'd hate to lose, but at the same time, you got to use it. You love to use it. That's why sometimes I'll end up buying doubles. Because if I like a knife that much, I want to use it. I'd like to keep one pristine in my collection if I'm able to do it. And I don't do it if I did that for every knife, my collection would be stupid insane. So I don't do that to every knife. Usually it's a weird special case, like if it's limited, and it's going to be hard to find later. If I can snag two because I like to use it, I'll try to snag two. But even if I can't, a lot of times it still won't keep me from using it unless it's like something I can no longer get, in which case I'll probably keep safe because I can't replace it. And I've got a few knives like that. Namely the squirrels, that vintage case knife is like that. My squirrel knives, like, even though these aren't that expensive, the synthetic Sodbuster Junior Squirrel, because these were limited, I believe, to 700. I have also the Trapper version of that one. I believe these were limited to 500 made. If I can get another one of those Trappers, if I can find one, I'll grab one. This one, Squirrel Hunter. There's a little squirrel on a tree being treated by a dog. So these I generally don't use. These are more display conversation pieces. This one I probably will never use. This one is a Sodbuster Junior. This is the PB&J collaboration with Case and SMKW.com, or Smoky Mountain Knife Works. And the reason why, even though this is such a great knife, the reason why I won't use this is because they make these in limited quantities. And for some odd reason, the peanut butter and jelly knives have a huge, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, people go gaga over these, and they don't make a lot of them. Now, retail price on this knife was probably around like 80 to 90 bucks. When I got it, I got lucky. They were only allowing one per order. I managed to snag one. Cost me about $80 to $90 for this one. Your typical Sodbuster Crossroads is going to cost you around 60 to 70. But because these are such limited quantities, obviously they sold out within the first like half hour. And SMKW still hung on to a few, obviously, so they can sell during their auctions. And I've seen them go for sale, maybe not necessarily from SMKW, but on auction, they've hit this same knife hit around maybe 200 bucks or a little over $200 because you can't get them anymore otherwise. So yeah, this is going to stay nice and safe in my collection and probably never be used. But I'm trying not to get too many knives like that because I realize that I hang on to these knives and they never get used. And I do like to carry some of these knives. I like to get knives that I can carry because it becomes a conversation piece. Get to chat with other people, bump into somebody with an interesting knife, or just stuff like that. Makes for a good conversation. And I'm trying not to collect too many of those limited stuff because I realize that they're so limited that I'd hate for something to happen and then not be able to replace it. So I'm trying to stick to knives that I don't have too much of a problem carrying around with me, or fear of it getting lost or something, or breaking for that matter, if something bad happened. But those would probably be some of my, like, I guess, most treasured knives, just by virtue of what they mean to me and stuff like that. One really treasured knife that I carry with me all the time, actually. Not all, well, obviously not all the time, but more often than not, it's because it was a gift from my girlfriend. She bought me a case knife, and I like to carry that around because that means I just have something she gave to me around, on me most of the time, and that's this one. This is a case Sodbuster Junior Blue Mediterranean something jig. They have long names, but she got this for my birthday, so I actually do keep that in my pocket a lot, just to keep it close. So that's another one that I enjoy carrying. But also it's one of the few that I would hate for something to happen, but still want to carry it with me anyway. What's the most unique knife in your collection? Do you guys have anything unique? I think a lot of my collection, what's my most unique knife? I ask you guys this, and then I have a hard time like answering my own question. Huh. I haven't given that one enough thought. My most unique knife, to me anyway. Not necessarily most treasured, just weird. Probably this thing. Keep this in a bag because it doesn't fit anywhere else. My Cold Steel Raja 2. This big, massive honking thing. Probably Morgan's favorite one in my collection, probably. Just because it's massive. And the fact that it's a folder. It makes me laugh because this is a folding knife that has a pocket clip. And you have to have some massive pockets. This thing's huge. Yeah. Was it an 8-inch blade? No, they have an 8-inch and a 6-inch blade. And it's made by Cold Steel. And the scary part, it's AUS 10A. The scary part is how sharp this blade is. I have never sharpened this blade. I don't use it for much, though. I mean, what am I going to use it for? Admittedly, it's one of those few knives I got out of sheer uniqueness. Hold on. I'm trying to stuff this box under my table again. Just because it was neat. And hold on. Now, again, I've never sharpened. This was out of the. This came in a box. This was out of the box this way. I don't know if you can hear that. Well, first of all, it just floats through that freaking paper like it was just super clean cutting. Just sharp as... I really got to stop doing that to this man. Sharp as hell. And I haven't had to do anything with this. That was just out of the box. Like, this thing frightens me. Next to my Spydercos, it's one of my sharpest knives in my collection that I haven't done anything with. And I do a lot of my own sharpening and honing and stuff. You'd rather have a fixed blade kukri? Well, the nice thing about this is will fit in your freaking pocket. And this one actually, I believe this is a triad lock, is it?
Which means it has probably one of the strongest locks on a folding knife. Cold Steel Raja 2. I believe that's a triad lock. And I do have, or used to have, a fixed blade kukri. I just don't know where it is. Rivex, or is it just a back lock? I don't know if it's a triad lock. No, it is a triad lock.
So yeah, super strong locking mechanism. I mean, I would put this up against a fixed blade, and I'm pretty sure it would hold its own pretty well. And an insanely long handle. Good grief, I can two-hand this thing. Yup. I still get my pinky around the butt end of it. Good grief. I've got medium to large hands. I want to get an Espada. I think that's what it's called. Was it called an Espada? Which is Cold Steel. It's another largish one from Cold Steel, except it's not a kukri style blade. I forgot what shape the blade is. But this is crazy massive. It does freak me out because of how sharp this thing is. Probably one of my more unique knives in that regard. That would, yeah, that's got to be my most unique one. Trying to think if I have any unique traditionals, but nothing's coming across my brain. I'm having memory issues as of late. Oh, no, there was this one. I know you guys seen this before. I showed this twice. There's this one of 4 made. That's pretty unique. The one from Chasing Blades, with the stainless steel Damascus. I say stainless steel Damascus because, unlike most Damascus that you'll see some like other places, or inexpensive Damascus, instead of stainless steel and then high carbon steel used to make the Damascus, both the different types of steel that they use for this one, they're both stainless, which makes this actually decently corrosion resistant for a Damascus steel blade.
I just think it's cool. And the fact that there's only 4 of these floating around and I've got one of them. They're supposed to have more made. And I'm curious because they're tight-lipped about it. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed, but I'm not. I'm I don't know if they're going to do it. And I don't want to set myself up for disappointment if they don't. I'm still going to be excited because they're supposed to be coming out with Chasing Blades is going to come out with another collaboration between Texan Blades, the same people that made this one, and Chasing Blades. They're going to have another collaboration. I don't know when they're coming out. I don't know what's going to be. But Chasing Blades did ask for my logo before they spoke with Texan Blades. I remember that. So I don't know if there's something special going on with that or not. I don't know. It's a wait and see. I'm waiting to see when, all I can do is wait because they won't tell me crap. Either way, I'm trying to save money up for it because I know as soon as whatever that collaboration is, and as soon as it drops, I'm gonna want it because I really love this one, and I'm actually afraid as utilitarian and as nice as this knife is, I'm kind of afraid to use it because I know I won't be able to replace it. Those sold out pretty quick when they got, again, they only had 4 of them. So, oh, speaking of logo, I haven't mentioned it to you guys. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm going to do this.
still trying to figure this out. But, oh God, where the hell did I put them? There they are. So, I've been meaning to do something like this for a while. And they finally came in. Sarah and Morgan know what I'm talking about. A few of you guys might know what I'm talking about. But they finally came in. I'm very happy with how they turned out. I just don't know what I'm going to do with them yet. Because I ordered these and with, thought that they would just be kind of neat to have. And well, here they are. I finally got professionally made vinyl EDC Squirrel stickers. I've got a few of them. I grabbed a handful. I forgot how many I grabbed. Grabbed a handful and I sent them off to Chasing Blades. I think I sent like 20 or 25 of them over to Chasing Blades. I've already stuck a few of these on my cases and other things. These are, if I remember correctly, these are 3 inches in diameter. And they just did a bang up job on it. So I have stickers now. Woohoo! Don't know what I'm gonna do. I was excited to have stickers made, and I don't know how to get them out to anybody. I'm thinking of putting them on Whatnot, maybe throwing them up for like 50 cents to $1 each, cover postage or whatever. If anybody wanted one, they're good quality vinyl stickers, and which I'm ecstatic about because the last time I made any stickers, I made them, and all I did was print them on like pre-cut label paper. And the horrible thing about it is it was, it's an inkjet. It's an inkjet printer. It's just essentially sticker paper. And so, they don't last really well. And the pre-cut labels, they didn't match up very well either. So sometimes the positioning was really weird. Actually, a lot of times, all of them, the positioning was really weird whenever I print stickers out. So I finally decided I got a good deal on having some professionally made stickers done, and I think they turned out fantastic. I'm not sure what I'm doing with them yet. So I'm trying to figure out a way that if you want your hands on a sticker that you'd be able to get one. I know once Chasing Blades gets theirs, there's been a few people that said that they wanted them included with orders. So I don't know what Chasing Blades plans on doing with them. I don't, whatever they want to do with them, I gave it to them. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to do this yet, but they're here. They're actually really nicely made. I just got to figure out what I'm going to do. I haven't done them yet because I still have to set them up, but I'll probably throw some in the shop if anybody's interested. I just got to figure out how I'm going to do it because normally in my Whatnot store, if I'm selling something, they're generally in boxes and then there's like a shipping cost of whatever. And, these are stickers, so I'm not going to send I'm not going to send a single sticker or even a couple stickers in a box. I'll probably just send them in an envelope, but I don't exactly know how they work postage on Whatnot. So I've got to figure that out. But yeah, 3 inches in diameter in case you want to know the size, depending on where you're going to throw this. And I kind of wish I made scratch and sniff. I don't know. Is it possible to make it smell like metal? Is that a thing? That'd be kind of cool if I can scratch it and it smells like a knife. I prefer it smelled like a knife and not a squirrel because I don't know what a squirrel smells like. I had a baby squirrel for a short period of time, but I don't remember smelling anything. It just smelled like a squirrel. I don't know. Anyway, thought you guys might get a kick out of that. And I think we're approaching about 6 o'clock. So I think that's going to be it for today. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you guys had fun watching. I hope you guys managed to get some information if you were looking for any, or if you had some questions or looking for anything specific. Hope I was able to help you out in that. I'm
going to be holding another live next week. Like I said, so much stuff was delayed, which kind of sucks, but hopefully they'll be in all next week, and then I'll have more fun stuff to show you. I have, if they're in next week, I'll have some really interesting stuff to show you. And just derping out today, no worries. I'm just glad you can stop by, Mike. But yeah, I will be holding another live next week at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time for more sharing of knives and knife chat and all that fun stuff. I just hope you're enjoying. I know I'm having a blast with these. Tonight, I'll be doing my video game channel on Dorana's Game Cave. So if you like video games and stuff like that, I'll be doing that at 9 p.m. Central Standard Time tonight. There should be a link to that channel in the description below. Other than that, that's pretty much it. I just need to warm up. It's freaking freezing in here. Good God. When is it supposed to warm up? Did Morgan leave? Chasing Blades, how you doing? You just made it as soon as I'm heading out. It's 6 o'clock. I gotta make dinner. My girlfriend gets hungry around this time, and I need to cook because I am also hungry. I need food. I also need to hydrate. I'm glad you like the live. That's Chasing Blades. That's the seller on Whatnot. That's the guy keeping secrets from me because he won't tell me what they're doing from Texan Blades. Still waiting. You got to get me You got to get me some information on what's coming on for Texan Blades. I know you're going to make me wait anyway, but yeah, he's on Whatnot. Chasing Blades is on Whatnot. Go check them out if you are on Whatnot. Some of the best deals around on traditional knives or even modern knives. Awesome deals. I got a few things. Like I said, we're delayed, but they'll hopefully be here in time for next week's live. If you're lucky, you can get. I think this is one of their older stickers. That's them. Go check them out on Whatnot. They also have a website, chasingblades.com. I think that's pretty much it. I need food. But thanks again. I hope you guys enjoyed, and hopefully I'll be able to pump out more videos. I know I haven't pumped out a lot of new videos as of late because it's been recuperating from the holidays and all the money I've spent, and trying to get more ideas and working on different videos other than just unboxings, because trying to do just unboxings is friggin' expensive. And I have bills I gotta pay. So I'm hoping to come out with more content, which is another reason why I enjoy doing these lives. I just enjoy chatting with you guys. But that's going to be it for today. Thanks again, everybody, for sticking around and spending time with me. I'm going to go make some food, and I still haven't figured out an end. I should come up with an ending for this because reasons. Oh, Chasing Blades, any 250 American collector's knives. I don't know. I think somebody was asking if anybody had any 250-year American anniversary knives, which would surprise me if Case didn't have any. I know he's got a few. I think I don't know. Did you sell the Statue of Liberty knife? Case has a Statue of Liberty knife. I think that was a Trapper, which is really cool. I know I have a SHOT Show knife that was like. Oh, you're gonna do a video Oh, they're gonna let you do a video of that? I want to see. I need to see. Let me know. I want to watch that one. You gonna put that up? But let me know when you put. Well, of course I'll be following. You better let me know. You still have it? Oh, you still have the Statue of Liberty knife? Go check them out on Whatnot, Terry. I have a link to Whatnot, I think, in my description. That leads to my profile, and you can join Whatnot through there. But if you look up Chasing Blades on Whatnot, they have the Statue of Liberty Trapper. I believe it's a Trapper, which is actually pretty cool. As far as like specifically 250th year anniversary, I don't know. I haven't even seen one from Case, to be quite honest, but I'd have to dig myself. I don't know if that's something you can get chasing blades. But if you do, let me know. I will post it up on my Discord and stuff. I will share it out if you're able to get a hold of stuff so people are aware of what you got. But anyway, okay, it's after 6. I gotta get going. Thanks again, everybody. I don't have an ending song or tune or whatever to this, so I just sort of shut everything off and go. So thanks again. Hope you had fun. And oh, you have a Boker US story knife as well. I did not know that. Well, hell, now I'm curious. Darn it. Oh, you can get them. Oh, see, there you go. There you go, Terry. You can get them. So check them out on Whatnot. And if you do get them, let me know, and I can let everybody else know that you got them. Love you guys. Thanks again for all your support. Hope to see you guys in the next video. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm just going to click the stop button because I don't have a stop song. So bye. As soon as I find my stop button.